seminaries. And may I also request ICT people to please check the YouTube presentation. Yes, ma'am. Okay, ready na ta, ma'am? Paki-check lang, ma'am, kay usahay ra ba sa YouTube ang ma-focus kay ilong sa presenter, ba agtang. So, thank you, Daan. Ready na? Ang YouTube pod? Ang YouTube kay wala pa.
Na naman daw.
Wala oy, nag-please wait ra gihapon.
Delay mo naman.
Ha?
Wala pag live man. Tapos delay.
Delay. Okay, sige. Start na ta, ready?
Ready
Okay
to.
na, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1. I welcome everyone to our online ECHO training on inclusive education in the new normal. My respect to our schools division superintendent, Dr. Edelberto Plenaria, our schools division assistant schools division superintendent, Ma'am Rosemary Masisar, our CID chief, Dr. Maria Eva Esedon, and to our SGOD chief, Dr. Maria Carmela T. Ablin, and to all the participants in this ECHO online ECHO training on inclusive education in the new normal. Thank you for joining us today and tomorrow. I am Christine Hutbatimo, your host for the entire duration of the inclusive education. Okay, to officially start our ceremony, may I request everybody to pay respect as we listen to the singing of our Philippine national anthem, and after that, please remain on standby as we listen to the prayer.
One day I'll hear the laugh of children in a world where war has
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, our preliminaries for the ECHO online ECHO training on inclusive education in the new normal. This time, our schools division superintendent and assistant schools division superintendent, as well as our CID chief, will be joining us anytime of the day. They will just pop up if they are here. Okay, this time, let us listen to the statement of purpose to be given to us by Dr. Connie Emburong. Ma'am Con, take it away.
Good morning to one and all. Good morning, participants to this online ECHO training on inclusive education. In behalf of our top management, allow me to present to you the statement of purpose of this webinar. This activity is in compliance with the Division Memorandum dated December 3, 2020, entitled Online Eco Training on Inclusive Education. This is to be attended by all public schools district supervisors, coordinating principals, elementary and secondary school heads, and elementary and secondary teachers. I know that we are having a back-to-back training right this moment. Yes. Okay. Right this moment. No, and sorry kaayo, but we cannot afford to postpone these activities. No. So allow me to read paragraph 1. Pursuant to Regional Advisory number 51/2020, dated October 26, 2020, a training on inclusive education was conducted to all school heads in the region. But during the time, with the schedule of the school heads, in the regional webinar, during the webinar in the regional level, we learned that there were some school heads who were not able to attend the webinar because they were on forced leave and because schedule. That is why we are having it for that. At the same time for the teachers. So in this regard, this office, through the curriculum implementation, CID, would like to inform the field that an echo of the aforementioned online training will also be conducted. This is to be participated by teachers, public schools district supervisors, coordinating principals, and school heads who failed to attend the said training. So for the matrix, the training matrix rather, there will be some changes to be made to have some adjustment because of the conflict of schedule. So for this morning, we will be asking our program holder concerned to present the updates and other information on inclusive education and special curricular programs. So for the information of everyone, inclusive education is to respect education. Inclusive education is an umbrella of so many programs. So later of the day, we will learn what inclusive education is all about. No? So please stand by and please enjoy yourself as you spend your time being with us. So thank you and have a fruitful day ahead.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Con. Okay, so sakto si Ma'am Con, we are having two webinars today. I am also the moderator of the CID Day, Day 3, and this one, the Inclusive Education. Okay, so before we move on to the presentation proper, let me remind everybody the participants in the YouTube live streaming, you may comment your name and your school in order for us to check if you are here. So I would like to acknowledge everybody in the YouTube live streaming, all the school heads and teachers in the division of Lanao del Norte from the 22 municipalities of the division of Lanao del Norte. Welcome to our online training on inclusive education in the new normal. Okay, so at this point in time, we are any comments and suggestions and also remarks, you may do it in the chat box or in the comment section. So all your questions and clarifications it will be dealt by our presenters after the presentation. So this time, our first presenter will talk about ALS and IP-Ed, or the Alternative Learning System, and the IP education. So help me welcome our focal person of ALS and IPN, Dr. Angelito Barazona.
Good day, everyone. Today, I'll be presenting one of the programs under Inclusive Education, the Alternative Learning System. The Alternative Learning System is a parallel educational system in the Philippines that provides a practical option to the existing formal instruction. When one does not have or cannot access to formal education in schools, ELS is an alternate. There are two major programs under ELS, namely non-formal education, which includes basic literacy program, and continuing education, that is accreditation and equivalency program, and informal education, which focuses on self-development, community development and entrepreneurial, and livelihood development. The DepEd Lanao del Norte ALS program implementers exerted much effort to attain zero out of school children, youth, and adults in the province. But factors hinder them from attaining such goal. One of these factors is the limited number of teachers to handle ALS programs and projects in the province. However, this factor has been addressed through the strong partnership and linkages with the government and non-government organizations in the locality. Thus, this helps open more educational opportunities to Lanao del Norte constituents of different interests, capabilities of demographic characteristics, socioeconomic origins, and status, as well as addressing the needs of the marginalized groups. The ALS objectives are the following: to strengthen and expand the coverage of alternative learning system in the province, to provide out-of-school children, youths, and adults with an opportunity to complete their elementary and junior high school education in a non-formal learning environment. Also to increase the access of ALS learners to employment and livelihood opportunities. And also to strengthen and expand the coverage of alternative learning system in the province. Also to provide out-of-school children, youths, and adults with an opportunity to complete their elementary and junior high school education in a non-formal learning environment. Likewise, it also aims to increase the access of ALS learners to employment and livelihood opportunities. Our programs is also anchored on our roadmap from 2018 to 2022, which has its overall goal to provide quality education and lifelong learning opportunities outside of the formal system for out-of-school children, youth, and adults. Likewise, it has also its specific objectives, which are to mobilize ALS learners, identify and address the learning needs, and evaluate their learning outcomes. To implement, monitor, and evaluate the new inclusive and quality K-12 compliant ALS program with multiple learning pathways for ALS learners. To capacitate the ALS implementers and field personnel to implement and scale up quality and inclusive ALS program. To set enabling policies for ALS enhanced implementation and improve continuously the quality of ALS system components to comply with the agreed quality standards. Likewise, our ALS program is also anchored on the basic education and the Philippine Development Plan of 2017 to 2022. That in the Philippines, the mixed performance in basic education points to the need to improve quality, to focus on sectors that are left behind, and to address disparities across regions. In line with the Duterte administration's thrust of accelerating human capital development through the implementation of inequality-reducing transformation, the Department of Education is expanding and intensifying the implementation of the alternative learning system. Our ALS target learners are the following: the elementary and secondary school leavers, out-of-school children aging 13 years old for elementary, out-of-school youth aging 16 to 24 years old, and the out-of-school adults aging 25 years old and above. Anyone who has not completed the 12-year basic education program can be an ALS learner. For ALS curriculum, we are utilizing ALS curriculum learning strands. We have 6 learning strands. For learning strand 1 is on communication skills in English and communication skills in Filipino. Learning strand 2 is on scientific literacy and critical thinking skills. Learning strand 3 is on mathematical and problem-solving skills. On the curriculum, the alternative learning system
Hello, Ma'am Kit? Ma'am Kitin? Okay, ma'am. Ma'am Kit? Okay na po.
Okay. So once again, everybody, good morning and sorry for the slight interruption. We had a power interruption. So it was not announced by the Laneco. So, and now we are back. So again, let me introduce to you the presentation of the alternative learning system and the IPL. Sir Angelito Barazona. Again, once again, sorry for the inconvenience. So we are back now.
Good day, everyone. Today, I'll be presenting one of the programs under Inclusive Education, the Alternative Learning System. The Alternative Learning System is a parallel educational system in the Philippines that provides a practical option to the existing formal instruction. When one does not have or cannot access to formal education in schools, ELS is an alternate. There are 2 major programs under ELS, namely non-formal education, which includes basic literacy program, and continuing education, that is accreditation and equivalency program, and informal education, which focuses on self-development, community development and entrepreneurial, and livelihood development. The DepEd Lanao del Norte ALS program implementers exerted much effort to attain zero out of school children, youth, and adults in the province, but factors hinder them from attaining such goal. One of these factors is the limited number of teachers to handle ALS programs and projects in the province. However, this factor has been addressed through the strong partnership and linkages with the government and non-government organizations in the locality. Thus, this helps open more educational opportunities to Lanao del Norte constituents of different interests, capabilities of demographic characteristics, socioeconomic origins, and status, as well as addressing the needs of the marginalized groups. The ALS objectives are the following: to strengthen and expand the coverage of alternative learning system in the province, to provide out-of-school children, youths, and adults with an opportunity to complete their elementary and junior high school education in a non-formal learning environment. Also to increase the access of ALS learners to employment and livelihood opportunities. And also to strengthen and expand the coverage of alternative learning system in the province. Also to provide out-of-school children, youths, and adults with an opportunity to complete their elementary and junior high school education in a non-formal learning environment. Likewise, it also aims to increase the access of ALS learners to employment and livelihood opportunities. Our programs is also anchored on our roadmap from 2018 to 2022, which has its overall goal to provide quality education and lifelong learning opportunities outside of the formal system for out-of-school children, youth, and adults. Likewise, it has also its specific objectives, which are to mobilize ALS learners, identify and address the learning needs, and evaluate their learning outcomes. To implement, monitor, and evaluate the new inclusive and quality K-12 compliant ALS program with multiple learning pathways for ALS learners. To capacitate the ALS implementers and field personnel to implement and scale up quality and inclusive ALS program. To set enabling policies for ALS enhanced implementation and improve continuously the quality of ALS system components to comply with the agreed quality standards. Likewise, our ALS program is also anchored on the basic education and the Philippine Development Plan of 2017 to 2022. That in the Philippines, the mixed performance in basic education points to the need to improve quality, to focus on sectors that are left behind, and to address disparities across regions. In line with the Duterte administration's thrust of accelerating human capital development through the implementation of inequality-reducing transformation, the Department of Education is expanding and intensifying the implementation of the alternative learning system. Our ALS target learners are the following: the elementary and secondary school leavers, out-of-school children aging 13 years old for elementary, out-of-school youth aging 16 to 24 years old, and the out-of-school adults aging 25 years old and above. Anyone who has not completed the 12-year basic education program can be an ALS learner. For ALS curriculum, we are utilizing the ALS curriculum learning strands. We have 6 learning strands. For learning strand 1 is on communication skills in English and communication skills in Filipino. Learning strand 2 is on scientific literacy and critical thinking skills. Learning strand 3 is on mathematical and problem-solving skills. On the curriculum, the alternative learning system utilizes the curriculum learning strands. We have the Learning Strand 1 on communication skills in English and communication skills in Filipino. Learning Strand 2 is on scientific literacy and critical thinking skills. Learning Strand 3 is on mathematical and problem-solving skills. Learning Strand 4 is on life and career skills. Learning Strand 5 is on understanding the self and society. And Learning Strand 6 is on digital citizenship. For learning modalities, ELS utilizes the following: face-to-face learning session, structured learning session, independent learning, which includes home study, modular, and self-learning. We also utilize radio-based instruction and e-eskwela or e-learning. For our achievement in the alternative learning system, we have here the data as to the number of passers in the acceleration and equivalency test from 2013 to 2018. In 2013, we have 176 passers. In 2014, it increased to 207, and in 2016, it became 473. In 2017, we only have 336 passers, but in 2018, we have a tremendous increase of passers of 921. In terms of monitoring and evaluation, we ensure the quality of performance of our learners. ALS literacy volunteers will report to the central school as his official station and will be monitored regularly by the public schools district supervisors, education program supervisors, and education program specialists in ALS. They are also required to submit monthly accomplishment reports, list of learners, daily time record, and other required forms. In terms of its project output, we have here the data. Our ALS learners would have the same quality education with that of the formal school that would avail them of the 4 exits. These exits are the following: higher education, in which completers of continuing education program in the A&E elementary and secondary will take the A&E test. Passers of this test are given a certificate which bears the seal and the signature of the Defense Secretary, certifying their competencies as comparable to completers of the formal school system. As such, they are qualified to enroll in junior high school for elementary level passers and in senior high school for junior high school level passers. For employment, the underprivileged, unemployed, unskilled, and semi-skilled completers of the program will be trained in the state-of-the-art technology and making them skilled and employable. Another exit is on entrepreneurship, which provides them an opportunity to work in any industry or to start their own micro-enterprises with great results and building success stories. And the last exit is on middle-level skills, which trains the unskilled and empower them to continue to learn on their own so that they may improve their quality of life. At present, we have this number of ALS teachers deployed in different municipalities, districts in the division of Lanao del Norte. In terms of our district alternative learning system coordinators, we have a total of 21 teachers. And for mobile teachers, we have 51, a total of 72 ALS implementers in the entire division. The ALS enrollment program for school year 2020-2021, we have at present a total enrollment of 5,671 learners for basic literacy program and the A&E elementary and secondary. At present, we have a total enrollment of 5,671 learners for basic literacy program and E&E elementary and secondary. That concludes my presentation. Sa ALS, kinabukasan mo sigurado.
Thank you, Sir Lito, for that comprehensive presentation of the alternative learning system. This time, we are going to listen to the presentation again of Sir Lito. He will talk all about IP education. Okay, Sir Flor, are we ready for the presentation of Sir Lito on IP Ed?
Edit lang kay hinay kayo ang kuan. Online mo
Net
dahil.
lagi.
Hinay
Yes,
kayo
sir.
signal karon. Amo pang i-download.
Okay. Okay, sa tabi pa ko, dili lang. Mag-wait lang sa inyo
I-wait
ang
lang sa
kuan.
ako. I-wait lang sa ako.
Alright.
Sige, sige.
Thank you kay sir.
Bye-bye.
Schools strictly follow IT health of the whole.
Server is down, so hinay kayong internet here in the division office, but our IT officers are already there to fix everything.
Okay, that's all. Thank you for listening.
To participation, inclusion, and empowerment. Here are the legal bases in the implementation of Indigenous Peoples Education Program in the Philippines. The Indigenous Peoples Education Program is anchored on various policies and issuances. Its primary underpinning is the 1987 Philippine Constitution in Article 14, Section 22, which stated, in part, that the state shall protect and promote the right of all citizens to quality education at all levels, and shall take appropriate steps to make such education accessible to all needs. Among its provisions is to encourage indigenous learning systems, which particularly responds to the community. Furthermore, the passage of Republic Act 8371, otherwise known as the Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act of 1997, paved the way for a more objective approach in dealing with the plights of indigenous peoples. Article 5, Section 8 explicitly declares all the provisions for the indigenous people's education. These include the preparation of curricula and appropriate teaching materials and resources, equitable distribution, selection, and implementation of scholarship programs, training of teachers for IP communities, construction of school buildings in IP communities, and establishing schools for living traditions and cultural heritage to name a few. To this end, the Department of Education issued DepEd Order number 62, Series 2011, otherwise known as Adopting the National Indigenous Peoples Education Policy Framework, which subscribes to the rights-based approach to education that primarily uphold the principles of participation, inclusion, and empowerment. The adherence of RA 10533, the Enhanced Basic Education Act of 2013, also paved the way to the institutionalization of a culture-sensitive basic education. A culture-based education is grounded in the context of their community life, recognizes their indigenous knowledge, systems and practices or IKE, and is inclusive of their cultural perspectives. We also have international recognition of our indigenous peoples. In 1993, it was declared as the International Year of the Indigenous Peoples, in which every August 9 of each year, we celebrate the International Day of the Indigenous Peoples. Likewise, in 1994 to 2004, was declared as the International Decade of Indigenous Peoples. And in the year 2000, there was the establishment of the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. In the division of Lanao del Norte, we have 4 schools implementing the Indigenous Peoples Education Program, namely, the Lama Integrated School with an enrollment of 85 learners, Palau Elementary School with an enrollment of 27 learners, Sitio Slide Elementary School with 102 learners and Kidalos Elementary School with 14 learners, a total of 228 Subanen learners. In terms of accomplishments, we're done doing the following activities. We've conducted the orientation of DepEd Order number 62, which is on policy on IPED program implementation. We organized Division Technical Working Group. We've conducted the community engagement and partnership building. We've formulated the IPED policy framework and crafted the cultural standards. Likewise, we're done with the conduct of advocacy and establishment of partnership with the indigenous cultural communities and produced indigenized lesson plans for kindergarten to grade 3. Likewise, we have retold 3 school heads and 15 teachers handling IP learners and crafted initial orthography for the Subanen tribe. What are still being done? We are doing the finalization and field testing of contextualized lesson plans, revisitation and enhancement of IPED policy framework, retooling of new school heads and teachers, and capacity building for elders and other DepEd personnel. In terms of curriculum support system, we have the following challenges and its recommendations. For teacher, our challenge here is we have no IP teachers to handle IP learners. Our recommendation is to tap indigenous peoples elders to act as resource persons in helping the Department of Education in educating our IP learners. For learners materials, the challenge here is that some of our learners materials are not contextualized. So what we did, the Department of Education together with the indigenous cultural communities in collaboration with the Learning Resource Management System to contextualize our instructional materials. For facilities and equipment, we experience inadequacy of facilities and equipment. So our recommendation is for DepEd, with the support of stakeholders, to provide building facilities and equipment to communities with IP learners, and to submit list of priority sites to regional office and central office for the establishment of schools for IP learners. For program management, our challenge is that our school heads and teachers who implement the IP Aid program are non-IPs. So what we did, we capacitated and retold our school heads and teachers. For partnership and advocacy, industry and mapping, our challenge is that we have a minimal support from stakeholders. So how do we address this problem? Intensify advocacy campaign, establish linkages and partnership for program support. However, we still have our continuing challenges. Since colonization, the ability of indigenous peoples to maintain their responsibility as custodians of their lands has been seriously inhibited. The dominant models of development have compromised indigenous peoples in every aspect of their daily lives, including through the imposition of large infrastructure projects on their lands without their consent. This has generated poverty and severe inequality, massive environmental devastation, and human rights violations. The serious rupture to the fabric of social life in indigenous communities, as manifested in family breakdowns, alcoholism, and suicide among young people, has been fueled further by this model. In addition, it ignores indigenous people's own governance, economic, social education, cultural, spiritual, and knowledge systems, and the natural resources that have sustained them through the generations. Lastly, I just would like to borrow the words of our former Department of Education Secretary, Brother Armin Luistro, when he said during the signing of DepEd Order number 62 in 2011, and I quote, "This Department of Education order recognizes the faults of the past. It is an invitation for us to change our perspective, the glasses that we have normally used to see reality, and exchange that with a perspective that allows us to really be inclusive. Furthermore, it is an invitation to learn with, not just to teach in, indigenous communities that have always been in the sidelines." Thank you so much for listening. That concludes my presentation. Sa IPED, walang bibitaw, sama-sama tulong ng katutubong edukasyon.
Thank you very much, Sir Lito, for that comprehensive report on IP education. And before we move on to the next presenter, let me remind all the school heads and all the teachers in the YouTube live streaming, only 42 are watching right now. So let our teachers and school heads to tune in the live streaming of our online echo training on inclusive education. Okay, this time, let us hear the presentation of Ma'am Connie Imborong. She will talk all about special education. Help me welcome again Doc Connie Imborong.
Yes, good morning to one and all. Team, please feedback if my screen is already presented, is already shared.
Okay, okay na Ma'am Con.
Okay na. Thank you very much. Okay, good morning to one and all. I am given 30 minutes to speak on special education program. So allow me to start with the overview, which talks about with the vision of the Department of Education, which states that by the 21st century, it is envisioned that the Filipino child with special needs could be adequately provided with basic education and will get full parental and community support for his or her education without discrimination of any kind. So whatever disabilities or exceptionalities the child has, the child must not be discriminated and must not be deprived from education. And if we're going to look at the mission of the Department of Education, it states that to protect and promote the right of every Filipino to quality, equitable, culture-based, and complete basic education where students learn in a child-friendly, gender-sensitive, safe, and motivating environment. That is why in DepEd, aside from implementing, we have so many programs that would support this mission of the Department of Education, and this includes the implementation of the special education program, the implementation of the indigenous peoples program, alive, and so many other programs, not just to make sure that our curriculum, our system is a child-friendly, gender-sensitive, safe, and motivating. So if we're going to look at the vision and the mission of the department, the goal of the special education really is to provide children with special needs appropriate educational services within the mainstream of basic education. So in the implementation of the SPED program, we have several legal bases. Now, if we're going to check the net or the widest online library, which is the Google, there are so many legal bases that are in which SPED program is being anchored. But for the sake of this presentation, I'm going to cite few programs. First, no, not programs, but legal basis, sorry. First is the 1987 Constitution. Now, this 19, if you're going to look, the Article 14, Section 1, it explicitly upholds the protection and promotion of the right of all citizens to quality education at all levels. So, yes, come on.
Susunod man din ba din mga anak ko sa
Ah,
kaya ako wala man ko dito dito.
sige, sige. Sorry for the interruption. Mao yun ni basta kanang live, no? We cannot filter it one sa panghitabo. Kaya allow me to continue. Provide adult citizens, the disabled, and out-of-school youth with training in civics, vocational efficiency, and other skills. So note that in Article 14, the disabled is being mentioned. Now, another legal basis is the Republic Act number 94, the Republic Act, sorry, 10533. This is otherwise known as Enhanced Basic Education Act of 2013. And in Section 5, it prioritizes the inclusiveness of enhanced basic education through the implementation of programs designed to address the physical, intellectual, psychological, and cultural needs of our learners. That's why we have this IPED. No, okay, it addresses the cultural needs of our learners. Alive, so with the other programs. Another legal basis is the Public Act number 9442, or this an act amending Public Act number 7277. This is otherwise known as the Magna Carta for Disabled Persons for other purposes. Now, this act mandates the provision of educational assistance to persons with disability for them to pursue primary, secondary, tertiary, post-tertiary, as well as vocational or technical education in both public and private schools. We also have the 1989 Convention of the Right on the Rights of the Child. Now, this convention upholds the right of our children, and it also changes the way children are viewed and treated, especially those children with special needs. Now, if you're going to check the Article 2 of that convention, it emphasizes the non-discriminatory of our children, regardless of race, color, sex, language, religion, political or other opinion, property, disability, and birth. While Article 23 of same convention, it ensures disabled children to have access to education while recognizing their need for special care and assistance. And this is being supported in Articles 28 and 29, in which the rights of our children to quality education is being emphasized in order for them to develop their personality, talents, mental and physical abilities, as well as to develop respect for the child's own cultural and national values. And we also have the last one, the last legal basis that I'm going to present for the sake of this presentation is the 1994 Salamanca Statement, which emphasizes that all children should learn together wherever possible, regardless of any difficulties or differences they may have. May this difference refer to culture, faith, religion, so regardless of differences. So with the implementation of the special education program, there are basic 5 services being offered, not to our clients who are these learners or children with special educational needs. First is the establishment of the Special Education Center. So this service delivery system operates on the school within a school concept. So in Lana del Norte, we have one SPED center being established. No, so the implementation of the program in the division started in 2015, I think, or more no? So because I assumed the program in 2018. So but with the implementation of the inclusive education, slowly we are trying to eradicate the concept of SPED center, okay, and convert this SPED center as learning resource center. And the reason behind is that we believe, with the inclusive side, with the inclusive part, with the inclusive way of thinking, with the principle of inclusivity, we believe that there is no need for us to to exclude our learners with special educational needs. It is not necessary for us to separate them from the regular learners. That is why it's a no-no for us to have a separate uniform for our SPED learners with the regular learners, because some schools are trying to have a separate school uniform for SPED learners for identification purposes. But if we're going to check the principle of inclusivity, we should not do that. No, we should not separate SPED learners from the main campus. No, even in the conduct of school activities, like if we are trying to have a combination of the Christmas celebration or Nutrition Month, dili siya dapat nga morning regular learners, then sa hapon SPED learners, dili pwede, dapat dungan, no? Kay inclusive man, dapat appeal sila. So in every way of life, dapat appeal ang atong mga learners with special educational needs. Another service is the special class or self-contained class. Now, this is the most popular among the special education programs, and this class is composed of pupils with the same exceptionality or disability, and most likely these learners are non-graded learners. No, sa self-contained class, it could be one class composed of learners with autism, another class learners with intellectual disability, another class composed of deaf and mute. Kaya di man pwede nga pag kuha na to sa mga bata from the community and we bring them to school, dili pwede nga ato siya isagol dito sa regular class. Kay struggle siya sa part sa SPED learner at the same time sa regular learner. They must be separated first according to disability so that they will be managed properly, they will be taken care of properly, and the moment they are ready for mainstreaming, that's the right time for them to be mixed with the regular learners. So the third service is a special day school. This serves one or more disabilities and other services like medical, psychological, and social services. And the fourth one, the one that I have mentioned earlier, the integration administration program. In this service, our SPED learners or our children and youth with disabilities will be given an opportunity to study in regular class and learn side by side with their peers. That is why from non-graded, they will be considered as graded learners. So, pwede na din sila katong nanay grado nga mga assessment type of sa assessment type. Sa previous sa contained class, non-graded sila. Pag-abot sa pag-mainstream na nila, na sila grado dayon. In other division, ang ilang practice in mainstreaming program, in the implementation of the mainstreaming program, kung naay learner, if they have learners who are deaf and mute, no, kanang amang o bungol. So, pag mainstream nila sa regular class, of course, the regular teacher will have the difficulty in handling the learner kay the regular teacher doesn't know how to do sign language. So, to have the mainstreaming program be effective in the implementation, in its implementation, the SPED teacher, while the regular teacher is doing the discussion in the regular class, the SPED teacher will come in, no, and he or she will do the sign language in the corner. So while the class is the teacher, the regular teacher sa regular learners, napod si SPED teacher sa kilid, no, who does the sign language. Then kato si deaf and mute nga bata, dito siya mutanaw sa maestra nga nag-sign language. Pero wala pa ta nakakuha na diri sa Lanao del Norte. No, ang ato anang gyud kasugdan ng sagyod is to bring all learners with special needs to school. To bring all children with special needs to school. No, so I'd like to encourage everyone, no, those who are listening, those who are with us right now, to please have a mapping in your community and try to check if you have children or youth with disabilities nga wala pa sa school. Please bring them to school. No, kay kung di na to sila tagaan o pagtagad nga kita nga nasa Department of Education, who else will do the task, no, sa kanang mission. So kita gyud unta ang dapat maguna. Then kung not now, when is the right time? Now we cannot give the reason nga ma'am, wala may classroom, ma'am, wala may SPED teacher nga makahandle. Actually, in the Department of Education, our common practice is that we organize first the learners before anything else will be provided. Like teacher, books, classroom, man yun na, di ba? Di man pwede nga gitukudaan ang classroom, ay hadang gibutangan og learner, dili man. Una gyud si learner, i-organize sa gyud nato, and that learner will be ma'am, kita may posible nga makahandle kay ma'am gyud kasagara sa pangutana sa mga school heads who will handle the organized SPED class. Try to check your teachers. Kana mga newly graduate nato, mga fresh graduate nga mga kindergarten teachers, they have units on special education, no? So please ask them kung gamay na kayo lang estudyante sa sa kinder, please ask them to handle the SPED class. And that is what Samboron Integrated School is doing. So Ma'am Hinara, no, nag-teacher siya sa kinder. At the same time, she is also handling SPED class. Ma'am, lisod ka ayo kay regular teacher man. But look at Magsaysay Central Elementary School. The teacher who is handling the SPED class in that school is a regular teacher. So it's a matter of passion and commitment, no? Kanang having a heart for this kind of learners, mao gyud ang atong gikinahanglan. Actually, the skill, the concept, the knowledge will only follow, no? First gyud ang passion sa maestra and sa school head to really embrace this type of learners because they need us, no? They need us. Next is the residential school. This service provides both special education and dormitory services for its students. Personally speaking, this type of service in the implementation of SPED program is quite risky because dormitory services, we need someone to take good care of the kids who are there in the dormitory. Pero marag ambitious kay siya nga kwan pa, no? Actually, being the focal person of the program, dili pa ko maka-recommend to have this one. Mag-start sa kita sa pagdala sa mga bata dito sa eskwelahan. Okay? So, next. What are the different disabilities wherein a child can avail the services being offered by the SPED program? So, we have here the idea or the individuals with this with individuals with disabilities. Sorry for the interruption. Individuals with Disabilities Education Act in 2004. They list 14 separate categories of disabilities under which children may be eligible for special education and related services. So what are these disabilities? First, we have autism, deafness, deaf-blindness, developmental delay, emotional disturbance, hearing impairment, intellectual disabilities, multiple disabilities or global impairment, orthopedic impairment, other health impairment, specific learning disability, speech or language impairment, traumatic brain injury, and visual impairment, including blindness. This is the common issue also the moment every time I do school monitoring because school principals would say and even teachers would say, Ma'am, gusto mo kayo mga special ang bata, masuko niyang ginikanan. Wala mo na na-diagnose sa teacher, sa doctor. Actually, these medical terms that I presented to you are terms that we use to categorize a special child after the assessment of a medical doctor. We cannot say that a child is a child with autism, that the child is deaf and mute, the child has hearing impairment, the child has intellectual disabilities, if the child has not yet assessed by a medical doctor. So in DepEd, we are trying to address this by using related terms. Like for example, in deafness, instead of using deafness or deaf and mute, we use the term difficulty in hearing, blind, difficulty in reading, or difficulty in o sa para diha. Intellectual disability, difficulty in remembering. Naibata nga, bisag unsaon yung tudlo o 1 plus 1 equals 2, maingod yung siyag 3, 4, or whatsoever. No? Bisag basic, klaro na yung kayo, bisag sa itong personal judgment na itong special magaling batao kaya di ko sabot. No, we cannot call or we cannot consider a child to have an intellectual disability unless ma-assess siya sa doctor. So what can we do? We can use the term difficulty in remembering. And I'd like to announce to everyone that we have different assessment tools that we can use to help us assess our learners. So the first one, the newly launched MFAT, the multi-factor assessment tool, you can use that, Sa kanang tool is intended for grade 1 learners mo na siya. You can also use that for grade 2, grade 3, 4, 5, 6. Kung grade 6 na, hindi pa rin maka-follow sa tool. So, klaro na yung kaayo nga na siya disability ang bata. And the result of that tool, of that assessment, can be presented to the parent. nga kung ano na din ta maka-recommend din ta sa parent nga, mother, nice sir, kanang based on the assessment sa namo using the impact tool, dili man siya maka dungog, no, bisag hagbungan namo siya uyabi, di siya ka-respond, makakuan, di siya ka-follow sa instruction. So kanang usa ka inyong hunahuna bahin aning butanga, no, so dili pwede special man gud siya na masako gyud, no, kay syempre parents as we are, no, kanang uban maulaw, uban murag ikaulaw nila nga sila kuan nga na sila special child, di sila kadawat nilang anak special, pero actually ato anak yun all special, but we are talking here about disability, no. And then so try to recommend also nga asin mas maayo kung ato silang kay plano magud ang eskwelahan nga amo silang iusa, no, kay lahi magud luoy ang bata kung ipugos na to sa regular class, no, kay diha na din mag-start ang bullying, no. Can you just imagine a child with difficulty in remembering will be ministering to a regular class, and the moment during class discussion, siyempre na siya kuan kanang condition nga difficulty in remembering, pero pag ma-assist sa doktor intellectual disability siya, no, kanang medyo kulang yun. So mahimo na siyang ground for bullying sa ubang bata. Kini pagidi ay please slowly allow our regular learners understand about special children, about special education program. No, even at a joint flag raising ceremony, kung natay bata nga SPED, try to introduce them, no, to the crowd, to their schoolmates. Now there was one school principal in Luzon in NCR, no, sa Pag-asa National High School, ang ilang SPED learners kay mahimong gihimo nilang bida during school activities, no, may ilang ipahimong model, may ilang ipa kuan ana. So in that school ma-feel kaayo ang acceptance and belongingness sa mga SPED learners with the regular learners. No, wala gyud, sikat kaayo ang mga SPED learners dito. No, palangga kaayo. So, no, can you just imagine in a school, palangga kayo sa mga regular learners, ang mga SPED learners, no? Can you just imagine that? No? And then in that manner, we will be teaching also the guardians and the parents to love their children as well. Kay maybe in some cases, no, wa makugaingon nga nahitabo siya, but I hope well, it's not happening. There are parents who have less concern and love for this type of children. So luoy kay mga bata nga dili pa siya love sa balay, pag abot sa eskwelahan dili pa gyud siya love. Pero kung makita sa parents nga iyang anak accepted kay sa eskwelahan, sikat kay sa eskwelahan, so slowly and little by little she or he will learn to be proud of her son or his son or daughter, no? So yung ana lang gyud siya. Next. So how is the implementation of the SPED program in the division of Lanao del Norte? When I assumed the handling of this program in 2018, there were only 4 schools implementing a SPED program. And these are Kapatagan East Central School, Maranding Central School, Bacolod Central Integrated School, and Samboron Integrated School with 133 learners. And little by little, we are trying to advocate the implementation of this program in other schools because we are targeting at least one SPED implementing school in each municipality, preferably central schools. Kay big population man central school. No, kay abi magud ninyo, if we will just give SPED program a chance to be implemented in our respective schools, basic ma-address atong problema sa reading. No, kay daghan man gyud sa atong report, daghan man gyud kaya mga struggling readers. Try to assess the child. Kay basic dili reading remediation ang iyang kinahanglan. Basin of SPED ang bata. No, lahi nga klase nga intervention ang iyang kinahanglan. Kay no matter how we conduct remedial classes, no matter how we do tutorial services, as far as reading is concerned, to these struggling readers, if these struggling readers are SPED learners, no, are learners with special educational needs, is still we cannot address the problem. No? So, kana lang, tan-awa lang sa gyud ninyo kay basin og mga SPED na mga bataa. No, nya bisag sa tudlog ABC, bisag
hampako na og di gyapon sa kakuan kay basic sped ang bata. Bisag usaw tulog sounds, no? Sa kay ma'am gid starting man gyud sa reading ang teaching of the sound. Kay di ay dili kadungog ang bata, no bungol day ang bata. So nga so can you just imagine how luoy the bata is for how many years? Nabot 5 years naman na siya sa grade 1 ay di magyapon ka balo bisag sound sa A di kahapon ka balo kay basic bungol ang bata. No kana lang siya. Unfair ang luoy kay ang bata nga for how many years wala siya natagaan sa iyang saktong kinahanglan. Okay? So the following year in 2019, that was last year, we were able to add or we were able to sa tawag ani to have Tubod Central and SMD Permite Central School to offer SPED. And we would like to thank the school principals of these schools. Now we have Tubod Central, no, Ma'am Ami, who is now promoted into PSDS, naman siguro ma'am, no? And then SMD Permite, si ma'am, nakalimut ko sa ngalan, my classmate in sa Basteral sa una, Bright Pod, sama sa naminaw, hindi sa istorya. Okay, so 170 learners. So from 133, the enrollment increases to 170. So it is a good sign. No, wa man ta nalipay nga daghan di ay ang SPED learner sa Lanao del Norte, pero ang atong ikalipayan is natagaan nato pagtagad, natagaan nato chance o nakaplagan jud nato ni mga bata. That is the most important thing. Okay? And then for this year, there are 3 schools being added to the 6 schools, no? So 9 schools na karon. So we have so may nadugang ani Kauswagan Central Elementary School, Kulambugan Central, and Magsaysay Central School. Okay? So from 170, it increases to 195. So how are our learners during the pandemic? So during this time wherein instructions are being delivered in a new learning setup, no, to the different modalities that we implemented in the division, we started with profiling our learners, no. So we tried, the SPED teachers and I, together with the school heads, we tried to profile, to have to establish a learner's profile sa among mga bata. So we tried to identify how many of our SPED learners have gadgets, have cell phones pero keypad lang, have cell phones ka smartphone, have laptop, desktop, and tablet. So mao na siya distribution of sa tawagani learners nga naa ng mga different types of gadget. Then we also tried to identify learners with available mode of connectivity. Kinsa sa mga bata na ay Wi-Fi, kinsa ang maka-access sa internet through cellular data, or kinsa sa mga bata ang walay internet connection. So if you're going to look at the screen, daghan lucky are we nga daghan ang mga bata nga na cellphone, nga smartphone na siya, no, 102 out of 195. Ang walay gadget yun in town, duha. Ang na cellphone pero keypad nga cellphone is 79 out of 195, na 8 nga na laptop. Pero napay upat ka buok ka bata nga na tablets. And then sa mode of connectivity, out of 195, 106 sa atong mga bata wala gyud siya internet connection. But 36 have Wi-Fi, and then 53 have connections in the internet through cellular data. So what are the different modalities that we adapted, no? So we have modular distance learning and online based with modules. So klaro mo gid kay pod nga based on the data pila gyud ka buok ang maka-afford sa online. That is why we don't have outstanding teachers in RBI, outstanding SPED teachers in RBI, kani sa TVBI kay kuan man wala man tayo nga modality, but we have modular outstanding SPED teacher and modular, and then online instruction. So that's it. So what are the different activities we conducted in these SPED implementing schools? First is we institutionalized the transition curriculum, no? So teachers provide different activities that would help develop the different skills of our SPED learners, like psychosocial skill, no, the span and eye-hand coordination, and the life skills. Well, by the way, transition curriculum, this has several packages wherein teachers can use in handling the learner, no, kay kung sa karon nga panahon, di ba, sa regular class, we prepare, teachers prepare weekly home learning plan, kay we believe that ang plan sa bata, ang the way of the provision of instruction is individualized based on the need of the regular learner. So same thing with the SPED learner. Actually, mas more dapat siya nga individualized ang instruction sa SPED learner. Sabot pag yun nga natay mga learner nga na multiple disabilities, no? Lisod yun siya. But anyway, laban lang man yun yung mga SPED teachers. Then we also intensify the SPED advocacy through the conduct of different capacity building of teachers and school heads on SPED program implementation. And we also attend trainings, orientation, seminars being hosted or conducted by other partner organizations, no? Ato pong gidala ato mga teachers dito sa mga training nga gi-handle sa mga NGOs. Then we also do school monitoring to let them feel that they belong, to let them feel that we are here, no? That we are here willing to show them love, no? To provide technical assistance, no? Kana lang gid siya. So that is why for sa schools that are implementing SPED, appeal gud sila, no? Ang SPED appeal gyud sa budget, appeal gyud sila nya karon kay ang modular printing ra ba kay more on regular class, no? So I hope natagaan po niya itong mga SPED teachers of supplies para po sa ilang mga activity sheets. Kay sa SPED, wala kay nagamit ang module pero it's more on learning activity sheets. Okay? And then we also allow our learners to participate in the national competition, no, with the help of Sir Tabar and his team. We were able to champion the national competition conducted by the department, no, katong choral singing contest. So first, di na ma-erase sa DepEd nga ang first champion sa choral singing contest is Lanao del Norte. Ang duha sa ato ang kuan na our SPED learners. Then we also attend fellowships, mga invitations sa mga NGO. Ato po gina-expose ang atong mga bata. No, we would like to thank our stakeholders in the provision of transportation, food allowances, mga ana, during sa conduct of the activity. And then, mo ni kung gi-mention ganiha nga dili dapat ilahi ang SPED kuan nga dapat separate og campus ang SPED, no, dili siya pwede, dapat sagol gid siya, no? Kay mainstreaming man ang concept sa inclusive education. Okay, so in the conduct of different school activities, dapat appeal ang mga bata, pwede man yun sa mga bata, mga deaf and mute. You can ask them to perform an intermission number, no? Until such time nga mahimo na yun siyang ordinary or kanang dili na siya basta normal na siya tanan, no, nga natin makita nga mga bata nga musaya with bata with special needs nga musaya on stage. Now please give them a chance to prove themselves that they can do also, that they can perform, that they can also entertain people. Let them experience how to be a star. No, let them shine. No? Kana lang yun siya. So what are our future plans? Now, I'd like to give emphasis on this because you are included. You must be involved in these plans for us to be successful in the implementation of the SPED program in our division. So the first is, of course, we need to intensify the advocacy on institutionalizing SPED program. No? Kining mga central school principals, isumahan na gyud sila sa ako ang balik-balik ng istorya. Kay mao lagi na akong giingon nga di gyud ko motuo nga walay SPED learners sa inyong eskwelahan. No, please open your eyes and start with those learners who have difficulty in remembering. Kanang lisod kaayo sa klase ba, galisod gyud, gadahik gyud sa klase. Those learners who are struggling readers and have them be assessed using the tools that we have, the IMFAT tool, no? Bisag katong mga tools sa reading, no, pwede na to na magamit, no, for us to categorize the child as a learner with difficulty in reading, difficulty in speaking rather, difficulty in mobilization, no, kanang mga medyo na deformities, kanang maglisod og lakaw, difficulty in mobilization man tong tawag ni ana. Okay, sa katong walay doctor's assessment. Kay mao pud natong gihandom og gitunguha gyud nga maka-acquire kitag budget nga maka-hire ta or maka-tap ta og medical doctor. Sige, thank you. Medical doctor who can assess our learners, no, sa anang pamaagi kay mas may magito nga kuan jud kanang assessed by medical doctors, no, kay para more appropriate interventions will be provided to the learner. But mo lagi na akong giingon, for a start magsugod na sa kita atong difficulty o gamiton nato tong mga tools nato in helping us to categorize our learners to have this difficulty in reading, seeing, difficulty in mobilization, difficulty in speaking, difficulty in hearing, and okay. So challenge sa tanan, palihog lang yun in taon, natagaan o pagtagad kini mga bataan, no, kay base no kapila nagabalik-balik grade 1 nya SPED di ay, no, SPED program dai kinahanglan dili day nang sa regular curriculum. Next is institutionalized inclusive education. We started the rolling out of the inclusive education way back 2018. That was held in Linamon Central Elementary School, no? Kanang I'm happy that maybe that was a part of the increase of the SPED implementing schools in Lanao, but we are still aiming for more because the division is a medium-sized division, and can you just imagine we have hundreds of schools in the division of Lanao del Norte, and only 9 schools are offering a SPED program. So please in tao tagai pagtagad ang SPED program. And I knew I received a feedback. This is siguro siya feedback, pero I received a comment that we have SPED teachers, meaning teachers with who graduated or who have specialization in SPED, special education, and they are handling regular class in the school. No, naa na siya sa mga eskwelahan. No, try to check the eligibilities of your teachers. Tanawa ang ilang mga major, tanawa ilang mga nahuman, ilang postgraduate studies. Kay basin og mga SPED graduate na sila nya gipahandol ninyo og regular class, sayang kaayo. Anong mo ingon kung sayang? Because many can manage a regular class, but only few can handle a SPED class. So please, if these teachers are handling regular class, pull them out and have them handle a SPED class. Kana lang yun. No, kay nana diha sa eskwelahan, sayang kay sa tanan, no? Mura ba siya o kana bang na kay anak nga kabalo mo gluto pero wala nimo gipaluto kay nag-high pag yung kusinira, no, kuan kay sa tanan practical kay siya nga action. So kana lang gyud, no, so kana tan-aw na tong learners kay katong mga galisod gyud kayo sa klase, kana unahan nagtan-aw kay basin og SPED program ang kinahanglan ng bata. Basic transition curriculum ang kinahanglan ng bata, dili ang kanang regular curriculum that we are having now, no, dili na sa kuan sa K-12 ng kuan kundi transition curriculum. And then ma'am, usaon na mo pag open dayon kato lang mag-organize ta og learners pila ka buok unsa day iyang iyang category, kung na siya doctor's assessment nga autism siya imo siya butang autism, pero kung walay doctor's assessment kato lang mga DepEd nga tools, DepEd design tools like MFAT ang inyong gigamit. So motong ingon nga you use the term difficulty, no, you list the names of the learners, then you organize, then ask someone in your or a teacher in your school to handle the class for the meantime, kay later or sooner a SPED teacher will be provided in your school. Mamo gyud na. No, di mo gyud na dili siguro diha matagan, pero sooner or later matagaan ra gyud ta og SPED teacher, no? Kay ang paghatag po nato sa SPED teacher dito po na magsugod sa kung kinsay una naka-organize, di ba? Ana man gyud siya. Next is the forge linkages to stakeholders for possible partnership. And then the stakeholders, nabi na siya internal o external. So kita, no, mga kauban nasa sulod sa DepEd, we are all stakeholders, no, and the effective and efficient implementation of the special education program lies in our hands. So that concludes my presentation this morning, and I'd like to end this presentation with the statement, it is said that it takes someone special to teach someone special. Good morning once again, and may God bless us all. Salamat kaayo. Tintin, I am done. Kubalhin ako sa ebook, Tin. Tin.
Okay, Ma'am Con.
Okay. I received a comment. Kinsay maka-message sa speaker, putol-putol yung tingog. Please be specific in giving the feedback if this is the webinar on ebook or webinar sa inclusive education, because why in kini atong gihandle karon inclusive ed man kato sa PICAS is webinar kita gyapon gihandle ato, no, pero I'm part only of the inclusive education. By the way, inclusive education is composed of different programs. When we say inclusive education, dili na siya SPED, ha? Kay basig ang ilang mong common kuan sa inclusive kay SPED kuno dili hada kuan siya daghan na kada program ang inclusive ed. And as far as I am concerned, while I do the presentation, I have no music. I have no background here. So most likely, Miss Tintin, dili ni ako ang concern. Thank you. Salamat.
Yes.
Anyway,
Okay. Yes, Ma'am Con. Yes, Ma'am Con, actually, we are monitoring our presentations sa lain nga mga computer and laptop, and so far, wala siya nagputol-putol. So I already told Ma'am IVT on na katong nag-feedback, please i-check po ang ila ang connection. Probably
Okay.
sa ila atong connection maong nagputol-putol. Kung hinay lang internet, hinay po ang pagdawat
Yes.
nila sa ato ang presentation. But
Okay.
it's okay. Pwede pa man nila matanaw later because kaning sa YouTube, pwede nila ma-play later. Okay, Ma'am Con. So at this point in time, before we move on to the next presentation, let us have a lunch break, Ma'am Con. Kaya alas 12 Gs na gid siya, Ma'am Con.
Ha?
Would it be okay that we will have lunch break?
Okay, yes. Yes, Tin. Yes,
Yes,
Tin.
okay. Let us have a 1-hour lunch break, and then after that, we are going to continue our presentation on the online ECHO training on inclusive education in the new normal at exactly 1 o'clock and 10 minutes. Okay, so
Tin,
everybody, yes, ma'am.
Tin, I hope we have more viewers this afternoon because when I try to monitor the live streaming, we only have 57
Yes,
viewers.
ma'am. You are
57
right.
minutes?
Yes, ma'am. So that is why I am, Sir Flor, can you makita matano sa YouTube? So please, I am encouraging everybody sa school and then all the school heads, please tune in na ta sa ato ang live streaming kay as of now 50 plus pag yun ang nagtanaw. So let me acknowledge sa ako lang nakita diri sa comment section, let me acknowledge all the personnel in Chufila Quibranza National High School. Daghan kay silang teachers nga nag-comment. Malingaw Elementary, Central Elementary School, Taguluan National High School. We also have Bubong Paco PS. O napa siya school ID 126965. And we also have from Tangkal National High School na apod sa PBMES. Okay, and Baloi West District. And we also have from Tubod Central Elementary School. And then Tubod East, Camp Aliri Elementary School. and Pantauragat District. So far, mo pa ako nakita diyan. We also have from Pindulunan Integrated School. So please tell your friends, i-message sila sa Messenger. Please forward or share the YouTube link para daghan taog viewers this afternoon. So we will be right back, and then I'm going to continue acknowledging all the participants in the YouTube live streaming this afternoon. Okay, so have a great lunch, everybody, and we'll see each other again later. Bye bye. From Chufila Kibranza National High School, Francis Mark Uy of Baroy Als District, Ma'am Josephine Ignacio, Sir Julito Paring, Julito Manusa from Chufila Kibranza National High School. Thank you for watching. Um, Ma'am Christy Gonzalez of Chufila Kibranza National High School. Ma'am Christine Jean Talorete of Jeronima Cabrera National High School of Colambugan District. We also have Ma'am Evangeline Tawan-Tawan of Shicomar Integrated School, Brian Ray Basalo in Sukadan Elementary School, Tubod East, Ma'am Lias Clemena of TCQNHS again, Ariel Makabangon of Banisilon, Tangkal District. We also have Obaida Khalil with Sanima Makmak, Anwar Deka from Tangkal Proper ES, Irisa Timo of Bualan Elementary School, Ma'am Obaida Khalil with Rufaida Gaos from Tangkal National High School. Ariel Makabangon, thank you for watching. And we also have Intisar Abdul Ghani of Bubong Paco PS Balui West District. Mamumbao Batinggulo of Pilingkingan IAS. And we also have Najifa Gumakap from Pilingkingan IAS Tangkal District. Norsida Pado, good morning, good noon, of Tompol Integrated School, Taguluan District. Thank you for watching Doraida B. Daludig, Taguluan District. Christine Baldosa, together with Ma'am Hansel Bontiga, Jason Alimento, Jay Dinko, Rexan Aligado, Jonavel Dinko, Alin Gongob, Giselle Semense, Eileen Santillan, Chari Joy Tagon of Palau Elementary School, Tubud East District. Thank you for watching. We also have here Amalia Sangkad, Roslaini Andor, and Saaduddin Obinay of Tangkal. And from BBIS Tangkal District, Andungan, Tiago. I would also like to thank Ma'am Aini Mama of Marandang from Batangan Elementary School. We also have Norlina Macabago of Tompol IS, Taguluan District. Eliza Abuat from Lininding Integrated School, Taguluan District. And then from Pedro Boca, it's PBLMS of Lalasao, Ma'am Joanna Colita, Malika Mandayan of Pantar National High School. We also have Fatima Disukor, Noraisa Mangutara, Norhata Kampong, Erma Jamail, Norma Matugas. We also have Alia Mapandi, Jacqueline Dilicana, Juliet Gonzaga, Aisha Untawar, Salam Mustafa, and Norhanida Untong, Jocelyn Pantunial, Eileen Sancho, and Rodora Alde. Kapit na, Najira Nasruddin, Lovely May Amisola, Fime Rabueno, Marites Teves, Jed Montero, Nor Aisha Sedik, Junaida Usman, Sunaya Usman, Pretty Wen Online, Najma Daluma, April Grace Mansigiao, Hanziel Monticalvo, Olympia Mayna, and all the way to, again, Chufila Kibranza National High School, Ma'am Imelda Hirali, Will Magungob of TCQ NHS. Thank you for watching. Marijen Babanto, Ma'am Maita Bauya, and then from Malingao also, Charlene Aying of Magsaysay, Samia Kasan, Generose Baldoza, Jamaira Buale, Elisaida Adap, and Putri Di Mapinto, Nabila Imam, Irene Raya, and Maricel Biaco, Eugene De Los Reyes, Crishela Sabuero, and Melody Faye Quaton, Precious Joy Fernandez, okay? So, gamay na lang, Melody Faye Quaton, Elizabeth Cadile, Elizabeth Mantuhak, and then Ma'am Lisa Balbutin, Ma'am Crismy Cabrera, Edna Chan of Malingao Central Elementary School, Salma Hassan, and Musmi Mukar, Ma'am Joyce Godes of Trifila Quebranza National High School. Thank you for watching, Ma'am. Ma'am Helen Torres, Ma'am Cedrome Herona, Elizabeth Cadili again, and Marlon Cariaga, Irma Hamail, Najira Imam, Jessie Calago, Farida Daluma. We also have Mary Jane Pornia, Ma'am Mary Jane of Tubod East as District, and then Judith Inquito of TCQNHS, and so many more. As of now, 50 plus pa gyud gihapon ta. Jamila Arumpak, Ma'am Novelyn Reyes, Ma'am Rian Tanoy, and Elisaida Adap. Okay, so all the other participants, I hope mo join na sila this afternoon para ma-acknowledge nato. All right, so we are going to continue with this presentation on the inclusive education in the new normal setting on 1 o'clock. Okay, see you guys later. Be right back. Bye-bye.
Teka, kaniri.
Good afternoon once again, everybody. We are going to resume our part two of the inclusive education in the new normal. You know, inclusive education is very important. So this time, our first presenter for this afternoon will talk about special program in the arts and special program in sports. So help me welcome the education program specialist of
Ngani
MAPE,
ra ko?
Dr. Robin Tabar.
Kusa ha?
Okay,
Okay, good afternoon everybody. Especially to our schools division superintendent, Dr. Edelberto L. Oplinaria, our assistant schools division superintendent, Dr. Rosemary T. Masisar, our two chief for the CID, we have Dr. Maria Eva S. Edon, our SGOD chief, Dr. Maria Carmila T. Ablin, our education program supervisors, public district supervisors, school heads, good afternoon. Now today I will be presenting special programs adopted by our division of Lanao del Norte, which is the special program in the arts and special program in sports. Special program in the arts is a program by the Department of Education to give talented students a chance to enhance their talents in different fields. These are the arts disciplines in SPA: vocal music, visual arts, instrumental music, theater arts, creative writing, both English and Filipino, and we have also dance. Objectives of the program: develop the knowledge and skills of the learners with potentials in the arts, music, visual arts, theater arts, media arts, creative writing, and dance. Number 2, stimulate learners' creativity and sense of imagination. Number 3, hone learners' various facility of expression to communicate their ideas and feelings through their chosen art forms. Number 4, foster a sense of pride of being a Filipino through appreciation of culture and arts. And the last one, cultivate aesthetic awareness and identity. Now, admission of the program. Applicants who pass the screening process shall be admitted in the special curricular program on the following merits. School general admission test is 20%, audition is 20%, artistic encounter 40%, interview is 20%, a total of 100%. The school that offers special program in the arts have a maximum of 30 to 40 students per class. Learners will be admitted in the special program in the arts provided the student and the parents conform to the following conditions as stipulated in the duly notarized admission contract. A, grade requirements. Letter B, attendance in rehearsals, performances, or productions sanctioned by the school, division, and region. The school shall not be held liable for rehearsals, performances, or production not sanctioned by the school, division, and region. Students' proper conduct and behavior. Letter E, parents' moral, emotional, psychological, and financial support relative to the program. In the division of Lanao del Norte, only one school offered the special program in the arts, which is Kapatagan National High School. Kapatagan National High School is one of the potential schools that offers special program in the arts. The secondary school principal, together with the specialists and stakeholders, convened and opened the said program to develop young students with stated potential in the preservation of the Filipino culture and heritage. The unique identity of the school and its winning various competitions in academic, arts, and music made it as one of the best regional, and even up to the national level. Besides being the school with excellent and talented young artists, it is strategically located in the heart of the municipality of Kapatagan. Thus, its increasing populace come from even the remotest area of the municipality. Specialization status for the school year 2020-2021. Grade 7, we have a total of 39. Grade 8, we have 74. Grade 9, total population is 85. And grade 10, we have 57. We have here the special program in the arts accomplishments, conducted quarterly assessment, and interdisciplinary. We have also integration of local dances, music, instruments during art specialization classes. Next is school head and master teacher coordinator conducted classroom observation in every field of specialization. Then, conducted cultural and community research, particularly in the municipality of Kapatagan, Lanao del Norte. Another, we conducted enhancement program for the teachers specialists and conducted evaluation, planning, and team building for teachers. We also participated in the different local occasions through different presentations and production. We have also conducted cultural mapping in the different barangays in Kapatagan. Then production of literacy compilations and magazines. Ongoing activities, harvesting learning materials for all arts disciplines in all grade levels. Planning for the activities to be undertaken for the school year 2020-2021. Then updating of special program in the arts enrollment data. And then crafting of the self-learning modules for SPA. And ongoing construction of the Cultural Center of Lanao del Norte through the initiative of our beloved Congressman Abdullah Dimapuro. So we have here the challenges or the issues and concerns of the program. 1, need to review the existing implementing guidelines of the special program in the arts. Number 2, lack of facilities and equipment through consistent funding. Number 3 is lack of continuous training and other forms of support system for teachers. And need to develop a clear and comprehensive course guide and absence of evaluation tools that will effectively assess and measure students' performance. And the last one is unavailable learning materials such as textbooks. Now, this time, let's proceed now to another program adopted by our division, which is the special program in sports in Lanao del Norte National Comprehensive High School. Description of the program and the legal basis is in order number 25, series 2015. The special program in sports was originally conceived to address the needs of talented students in the different sports disciplines and to identify and create a pool of athletes who will be trained to compete in the national and international sports. Here is the sports specialization. For the individual and dual sports, we have archery, arnis, badminton, chess, gymnastics, table tennis, taekwondo, tennis, and athletics. For the team sports, we have baseball, basketball, football, sepak takraw, softball, and volleyball. So objectives of the program: to enhance athletic potential and to prepare learners for work or higher learning and to achieve school sports balance. For the curriculum design, the school shall offer a 4-year curriculum based on the K-12 basic education program with specialization in sports. The sports specialization shall be offered for 240 minutes per week, and training on the specialization may be done outside or class hours. Admission of the program. The special program in sports shall be open to high school age students enrolled in the Philippine schools. The students must have potentials and skills in more than one of the school sports offered. Medical certificate administered by a government physician. Parental consent stating that the students may undergo rigid training in specialized sports. And certificate of good moral character certified by the elementary school principal. A committee on admission of students shall be organized at the school level to conduct the screening of students athletes. The students admitted to the SPS shall be formed a separate section or class. So specialization enrollment status for the school year 2020-2021. For grade 7, we have 15. Then for grade 8, we have 24. And for the grade 9, we have 31. And for grade 10, we have 41. A total of 111. Special program in sports accomplishments. Conducted information drives and seminars on sports program. Capacitated officiating officials and coaches. We also participated in the divisional, regional, national, and international sports competitions and garnered awards. And we also intensified screening for entrance to SPS program. And then entered a OWA signing with the provincial government of Lanao del Norte in the utilization of the Mindanao Civic Center. Our ongoing activities: close coordination with the regional office, re-provision of curriculum guides, instructional materials, self-learning modules in the different sports specializations, harvesting, learning materials for all sports specialization. These are the challenges and issues of the concerns. Need to review an existing implementing guidelines on the special program in sports. Lack of facilities and equipment through consistent funding. Lack of continuous training and other forms of supports for teachers. Need to develop a clear and comprehensive course guide. An absence of evaluation tools that will effectively assess and measure students' performance. Okay. So before I end my topic, I would like to leave a simple quote for you to give an insights. The arts are an essential element of education, just like reading, writing, and arithmetic. Music, dance, and painting, and theater are all keys that unlock profound human understanding and accomplishment. I think that would be all. Thank you and mabuhay.
Wow.
Iuksa na ko ning ko.
Di ako na. Kamay ikaw lagi ko nimo. Yun sa mani hang man eh.
Thank you very much, Sir Tabar, for that.
So, my due respect to our school's division superintendent is DS Edelberto Elopinaria, our assistant schools division superintendent Rosemary T. Masisar, our CID chief Maria Eva Sairi Idon, our SGOD chief Maria Carmela Tompong Ablin, CID personnel, school heads, teachers, good afternoon. Today, I will be presenting to you the policies and guidelines of the implementation of Science, Technology, and Engineering, or STA program. Okay, pursuant to DepEd Order 54, Series 1996, that is the guidelines for the implementation of special science class under the Engineering and Science Education Project, or ESIP, the Department of Education, Culture, and Sports, DEX, in collaboration with the Department of Science and Technology, DOST, has formulated guidelines to ensure a successful implementation of the special science curriculum in the network of 110 science and technology-oriented high schools under the Engineering and Science Education Project, or the ESIP. So the vision, mission, and objective. So it envisions highly responsible, morally upright, globally competitive, and work-ready learners from schools offering relevant and innovative science, technology, and engineering education. Shall be the centers of excellence in science, technology, and engineering education in the schools division that shall develop the full potential of students along these areas. As for the objectives, it aims to widen access to quality secondary education with a view to develop learners for careers in or for higher learning in science, technology, and engineering. As for the academic program, we have here now the core subjects for grade 7. Filipino, English, Mathematics, Science, Social Studies, MAPI, and Values Education. For the academic program, just take note that there is an additional subject from grade 7 up to grade 10, which is Research 1, Research 2, Research 3, and Research 4. As for Science and Math, just take note that 6 hours per week for our Science and Mathematics. So there is already an additional of 1 hour per week. For the scope and coverage, so for the system readiness, it is responsiveness to market demands of the STA career pathway in support of the national development goals and Availability of resources, that is facilities, equipment, and teachers, which shall conform to the standards as the basis for determining whether the school has adequate infrastructure and faculty to deliver the program both at the level of core curriculum and career pathways. As to the number of sections to offer the program, it is a minimum of 2 sections per grade level consisting of a maximum of 35 students per section shall be created to offer the program from grade 7 to grade and science curricula, which recognizes multiple intelligences geared towards the development of God-loving, globally competitive, nationalistic, creative, ecologically aware, scientifically and technologically oriented, and skilled individuals who are empowered through lifelong learning skills. The objectives: provide an enriched curriculum for mathematics and science. Provide a gifted and talented learners with venues, opportunities, and exposures for developing necessary skills and aptitudes. Capacited school heads and teachers in implementing and managing an SSES school. The desired outcomes. So we have a learners who are equipped with scientific and technological knowledge, skills, and attitudes, able to develop science investigatory projects, academically prepared, creative, critical thinkers, and actively involved in school and community science-related activities, highly motivated with positive values and lifelong learners. Okay, the school heads and teachers who are dynamic managers and leaders to provide academic and co-curricular opportunities for the optimum holistic development of the learners, are able to make decisions with accountability on curriculum and instructional matters. Features: the curriculum shall adopt and implement the K-12 basic education curriculum for grades 1 to 6, except that science is introduced starting grade 1. We already know that for science regular, they started at grade 3. But for the special science elementary schools, it started with grade 1. Mother tongue shall be taught as a separate learning area and be used as the medium of instruction for teaching math, science, araling panlipunan, MAPE, and edukasyon sa pagpakatao. Basic education curriculum. So enhanced science curriculum for grade 3 to grade 6. Enhanced math curriculum for grade 6, grades 1 to 6, and ICT integration. Science subjects in grade 1 focuses on life science, physical science, earth and solar system. Science process skills are embedded in the competencies. Now, SES provides opportunity for the acquisition of knowledge, skills, and attitudes for effective and responsible participation in a technology-driven society. Conducts investigatory projects starting grade 3. Provides longer instruction time in science. Grades 1 to 3, 50 to 70 minutes. Grades 4 to 6, 80 minutes. Design special programs, extra and co-curricular activities to enhance talents and expertise of pupils, those in other learning areas. The features for the instruction: adopt a departmentalized scheme or team teaching approach. Exhibits an integrated approach for learning whenever possible. Instruction utilizes varied teaching strategies like practical work approach, inquiry-based teaching, interactive learning, cooperative learning, independent learning, or self-study. So it integrates science career awareness in the teaching of other learning areas. Enhances creativity, inventiveness, and the development of lifelong skills. Develops scientific and technological skills applicable to solve local problems and or to maximize the use of available community resources. Admission. In line with the DepEd's goal for a quality outcome from among the pupils, the school announces the conduct of interview and qualifying examination for special science elementary school to all incoming grade 1 pupils every end of the school year. Qualifying examination is given to all interested incoming grade 1 pupils. So we have here now the program time allotment in minutes per learning area. As you can see, no, for grade 1, we have already a science subject. For grade 2 up to grade 6, take note of the number of minutes in science. And you have here 80 already for grade 4, 5, and 6. For the regular classes, it is only 60. That's why there is already an increase in the time allotment in the ACES for science and mathematics because we are focusing on science and math. Assessment and grading system and selection of honor pupils. DepEd Order number 8, Series 2015. That is the policy guidelines on classroom-based assessment for the K-12 basic education curriculum, and DepEd Order number 36, Series 2016 for the selection of honor students. The same as that of the regular class. Now we have here now the enrollment of special science elementary school. Grade level, so we have here grade 1, 33, grade 2, 33, grade 3, 30, grade 4, 31, grade 5, 36, and grade 6, 30. We have 193. This is for the school year. So you have here the awards received. We have already a Philippine Science High School qualifier, a product of our SSES in Malinaw, in the person of Chloe Isabel P. Abadilla. Chloe Isabel P. Abadilla is now currently studying at Philippine Science High School, Central Mindanao Campus, Baluy, Lanao del Norte. Okay, that's all, and thank you.
Wow. What the katos tin mana ka? Tin, Ma'am Belen is done with her presentation. Tin, Christine. Sige. Sige,
Yes, Ma'am
ma'am.
Connie.
Okay.
Thank you, Ma'am Belen. Thank you, Ma'am Belen, for telling everybody all about the special science, engineering, and technology. Okay, so this time our next presenter is actually preparing her report. She will talk about the alternative delivery mode. Ma'am Connie, our department, the Department of Education, is actually doing everything para good no one or no child is left behind. We have many programs and initiatives para good ma-reach out na to ang mga children. So in the alternative delivery mode, this is the alternative way in reaching out learners in the school age learners. So this is in the formal system. In the non-formal, those children who are beyond school age, we have alternative learning system. So that's the difference between ADM and ALS. All right, so let me check if ready na si Mamoni. Mamoni? Not yet. Okay, wait, hold on. Okay, so while Ma'am Moni is preparing her presentation, so she will talk about alternative delivery mode and the multi-grade. So everybody must know. So let us check first in the YouTube live streaming. Imbis daghan to kaganiha, karon kay only 32 is watching. Where are the others? 32 is watching the live streaming of inclusive education. So where are the others? Where are the other teachers? So may I request all the PSDSS in attendance? Asa na to ang mga teachers? Um, we must know the value of inclusive education. It's very important so that it excludes and segregates, perpetuates discrimination against traditionally marginalized groups. Okay, so are we ready, ma'am? She's still preparing. Guys, let me tell you this. Grabe ka busy ang diri sa division office. We have webinars na nagsapaw-sapaw na webinars, but we will try our best na as much as possible ma-accommodate na mo tanan all the meetings, um, online trainings, and meetings po diari sa division office. Okay? So while Ma'am Muni, hi Ma'am Chief. Hello, Ma'am Chief Eva is here. So she
Hi
will be the
everyone, good
yes.
afternoon. I'm just
Yes.
here, I'm just around, I'm listening and trying to make things happen today. Let's
Oh,
just
good ma'am.
smile, okay?
Laban Japan.
Laban
Okay.
Japan, okay.
Okay, so I think Mamuni is ready for the presentation. Okay na Mamuni? Okay, so let me close my cam and then I will assist Mamuni. Okay, so everybody, I welcome again our next presenter who will talk about ADM and multigrade, Dr. Monisa Maba. Okay, na-play na unta to Sir Floor and then nag-error na nagawas siya sa Microsoft Team. I think there is a slight problem on the Microsoft Team kay kagahapon mo gawas lang yung kalit, ma-out lang tagkalit or in the sa network ni siya. Okay, so nagbalik na pod si Ma'am. Yes. Nakagaling lang meaning okay na. Sige na.
Ano? Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to each and everyone. DepEd Lanao del Norte personnel, good afternoon. So my topic is all about alternative delivery mode that we are going to implement here in our division, which is the multi-grade and the open high school program. So before that, let me read you first. Let me share with you this story. So the topic I'm going to render is managing and supervising multi-grade schools. So before that, I'm going to share with you this short story. So once upon a time, there was a king who had gone to visit neighboring kingdoms. He was gifted a pair of baby macaw parrots by the king of the last kingdom where he was visiting. They were the most beautiful birds he had ever seen. So, upon returning to his kingdom, he called for a bird trainer and asked him to train macaw parrots. The king also arranged a place in the palace garden for the parrots. He often looked at them from his palace window. As time passed, one day the trainer came to the palace and informed the king that though one of the parrots was flying majestically high in the sky, the other one was not moving from its branch since the day it had arrived. Upon hearing this, the king summoned trainer and healer from nearby kingdoms. They all tried their best, but couldn't make the parrot fly. He even asked his courtiers to try to find a way to make the parrot fly, but they all failed. There was not moving from his branch at all. Finally, after trying everything, the king thought that maybe he needs someone who may be more familiar with nature habitat. He asked he, he asked his courtier to get a farmer from the countryside and take the parrot to see if he had understand the problem with the parrot. The next morning, the king was thrilled to see the parrot flying high above the palace garden. He asked his servant to call that farmer to meet him. The servant quickly went and located the farmer, who came and stood before the king. The king asked him, "How did you make the parrot fly?" With his hands folded with respect, the farmer said to the king, "It was very easy, Your Majesty. I simply cut the branch where the bird was sitting." So what moral lesson that we get in this story? So we are all gifted with energy to find a success in our life, but fail to gather a courage which it required to reach highest height of the success and end up clinging to the things that are familiar to us. We need to free ourselves from our comfort zone to explore new opportunities and find a success beyond our capacity. My dear listener, let us reach the unreachable learners in our community. So in Republic Act number 9155, Governance of Basic Education, Section 5, Principle of Shared Governance. In Section 7, the powers, duties, and function. So in national, we have The national and region monitor, evaluates, and assist learning outcomes, while the division first supervises the operations of public schools and centers. District, the curricula supervision. So our district supervisors were supervise the curriculum instruction. Then in school, implements the school curriculum and being accountable for high learning outcomes. So what is the SDG of the uh, 2030 Sustainable Development Goals? So our Sustainable Development Goals for 2030, we have to ensure inclusive and quality education for all and promote lifelong learning. So inclusive education uh, must be implemented in our system. So our target by 2030, ensure that all girls and boys complete free, no? Um, Take note, complete free, equitable, and quality primary secondary education leading to relevant and goal for effective learning outcomes. So take note the word quality, no? Kailangan kalidad yung ibibigay natin na serbisyo sa ating mga uh, learners so that we can achieve a quality education. That is the target for 2030, year 2030. So I hope, no, ma-achieve po natin yan. Then, by 2030, ensure that all girls and boys have access to quality early childhood development, care, and pre-primary education so that they were ready for primary education. Then, another targets by 2030, ensure equal access for all women and men to affordable and quality technical. Then vocational and tertiary education, including university. Then by 2030 also substantially increase the number of youth and adults who have relevant skills, including technicals and vocational skills for employment, decent jobs, and entrepreneurship, no? Then by 2030 also, eliminate gender dis uh, parties in education and ensure equality access to all levels of education and vocational training for the vulnerable, including first person with disabilities, indigenous people, and children with vulnerable situation. So ang dami pong target sa 2030. Kaya po yung mga activities natin ngayon is left and right po, training dito, training doon, because we have a lot of target by the year 2030. Another is ensure that all youth and a substantial proportion of adults, both men and women, achieve literacy and numeracy. So wala nang hindi marunong bumasa, lahat na ng tao sa mundo ay marunong na bumasal. And also the numeracy, no? So by 2030, ensure that all learners acquire the knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable development, including, among others, through education for sustainable development and sustainable lifestyle, human rights, gender equality, promotion of a culture of peace and non-violence, global citizenships and appreciation of cultural diversity and of culture's contribution to sustainable development. Build and upgrade education facilities that are child, disability, and gender sensitive and provide safe, non-violent, inclusive, and effective learning environments for all. So kaya yung mga building natin ngayon ay ang dami ng bagong building sa Departamento ng Edukasyon. Then by another is substantially expand global the number of scholarship available to developed countries, in particular least developed countries, small island developing states, and nandiyan rin yung enrollment in higher education, including vocational training and information and communication, technology, technical, engineering, and scientific programs. So, ito, ano lang ito, introduction po yan bago po tayo pumunta doon sa multi-grade. So by 2030 again, substantially increase the supply of qualified teachers, including through international cooperation for teacher training in developing countries, especially least developed countries and small island developing states. So our target in the department is to holistically develop Filipino with 21st century skills. So how can we develop that? Being and becoming a whole person. So kailangan may skills yung ating mga learners on information, media, and technologies, learning and innovative skills, communication skills, life and career skills. And also the learning areas, the languages, it includes the Filipino, math, what is this languages it includes English, Filipino, and mother tongue. So yun po yung languages. Then technology and livelihood education, mathematics and science, arts and humanities. So to achieve that one, we have different curriculum support system. So yung mga teachers natin, kailangan magagaling yung ating mga teachers. Then with complete materials and facilities, and also the ICT environment, kailangan mga ICT, marami na yung mga teachers natin na marunong na sa ICT, then assessment, dapat yung ICT, lahat na ng teachers natin ngayon ay may laptop na, no? Then, yung assessment, kailangan din yung assessment ng ating mga learners, then school leadership and management, schools division, technical assistance, then community, industry relevant, and partnerships. So that is the things that we are going to monitor in our system. So monitoring and evaluation system. Yun po yung minomonitor natin, yung assessment ng ating mga learners, so that we can develop a holistically developed Filipino with 21st century skills. Yun po yung target natin sa ating mga learners. So, yung management, alam po natin yung management. Setting direction, aims, and objectives, planning how progress will be made or goal achieved. Then, organizing available resource, yung people natin, yung mga teachers natin, yung time, materials, so that the goal can be economically achieved in the planned way. Controlling the process, then setting and improving organizational standard. Hello?
Ian?
Okay, so there is a slight technical error in the presentation of Mamuni. Sa pag-share niya sa screen, nag-hang. Though sa iya ang presentation, sa iyang laptop wala. Then sa others naa, pero uban pod wala. So nanadiri ang mga IT officers. Okay. Ana. Okay na, ma'am. Okay. So again, Ma'am Munisa Maba for the multi-grade.
Okay, so let us proceed. So again, how can multi-grade schools be managed and supervised effectively? So now we are in a new normal situation. So still yung ating mga multi-grade schools, so existing pa rin sila pero yung mga teachers natin is like for example, yung nag-combination ng grade 1 and 2, so ang binibigyan nila ng modules is yung mga learners sa grade 1 and 2. But not like in the normal situation na tinuturuan yung dalawang grade level. But now, still dalawa po yung dalawa po yung ginagawa nila. So pa rin sila, multi-grade. So how can the minimum resources be managed to produce better quality of education in multi-grade schools? So to review, supervision is a process of facilitating the professional growth of a teacher primarily by giving the teacher feedback about the classroom interactions and helping the teacher make use of that feedback in order to make teaching more effective. Then, we need to basic consideration in managing and supervising multi-grade schools for better decision making. So, if we have a decision, kailangan yung pinaka-the best na decision ang ma-implement natin sa ating mga schools. Include resources made available to support the multi-grade process, just as materials and human resources. I hope that yung ating mga multi-grade teachers na na-train po, still, they are the one handling the multi-grade schools, multi-grade learners. Kasi pag binigay po natin yon sa ibang teachers, like for example, yung mga baguhan na teachers na tapos sila po yung ipahandle ninyo, so mahirap po kasi hindi po sila na-train how to handle our multi-grade learners. So, teacher training and support, nagkakaroon po tayo niyan last 2017, 2018, 2019, still nag-train po tayo ng ating mga multi-grade teachers. So, if mag-back to normal tayo, they are ready, they are equipped enough to handle our multi-grade learners. Then, learning environment and facilities. So, nandyan din po yung ating mga schools na napaka-conducive to learning. Ang ating mga school, almost schools in our division, no? Doon sa mga napuntahan naming mga schools, so we observe that our schools here in our division are conducive for learning. Yung conducive environment, provision of use of facilities, organizational approaches, curricular development and implementation, teaching and learning materials, parents, and community support. So, we in the department, we need to have strong linkages with our parents and to our community, no? Para mo support sila sa atong department. Kasi po, napakahirap po pag hindi po tayo sinusuportahan ng ating mga leaders sa community. Hindi po natin kayang gawin ng lahat pag wala po silang support. So, as DepEd personnel, we need to have strong linkages with our parents, to the community, to our stakeholders. So ano po yung process? It includes activities that result from using and managing inputs. So supervision, so school principals, please supervise our multi-grade teachers, no? And also our we supervisors, no, we give more attention to our multi-grade teachers. Then monitoring and evaluation, school clustering, planning, teaching and learning processes, lesson preparation. So doon po sa lesson preparation, hindi po mahirapan yung ating mga multi-grade teachers kasi may multi-grade learning package po na binigay po natin sa kanila. Last 2018, no? Yung ating mga multi-grade schools ay mayroon na po silang kopya niyan. So doon po sa mga baguhan na nag-open ng multi-grade schools, please have a soft copy and have a printed materials for the multi-grade learning package. Kasi po baka bumalik po tayo sa normal, so at least reading ready na po kayo. Then classroom management, then assessment, no? So, ganun pa rin din po yung ating mga learners sa multi-grade, yung assessment na summative and summative yung written works and the performance task. So, kung ano yung ibibigay sa regular learners, ganun din po sa mga multi-grade schools. So, action research should focus on curriculum implementation and coverage. Includes activities that result from using and managing inputs. No? So, we encourage teachers, multi-grade schools to have in action research that focuses on curriculum implementation and coverage. So refers to the developments and results arising from multi-grade instruction such as achievements. So we have a high participation rate para hindi huminto yung mga learners. Like for example, doon sa community na malayo yung grade 1 lang, tapos yung other school is nasa malayong lugar, kaya kino-combination po natin yon. Then, to reduce dropout and repetition rate, increase academic achievement rate. I hope nakakatulong po yung multi-grade schools for the achievement of our learners, no? Sana po ay hindi po sila sagabal. Dapat na ang multi-grade school ay nakakatulong sa departamento. So here are some issues and concerns. Yung iba, unavailability of MG materials for reproduction. So hindi po yan issue sa ating department, sa ating division kasi mayroon na po tayong kopya niyan. Then overlapping of activities in the region and in the division. So hindi po natin yan makontrol kasi may mga instruction na dapat din po natin pagtuunan ng pansin. Then some of the multi-grade teachers trained are transferred to other schools, no? So yan po ay siguro sa ating mga school heads, huwag po natin muna i-transfer sa other grade level yung na-train na multi-grade teachers. So ipahandle po natin sila doon sa mga multi-grade learners para bihasang-bihasa po sila sa pagtuturo ng multi-grade learners. Then copies of the MG, DLP, and IMG LP, yung multi-grade dated lesson plan and yung integrative multi-grade lesson plan. So kompleto po yan, hindi po yan nagiging issue sa ngayon. Then needing technical assistance from the schools division office due to distance, no? Kung mayroon po kayong kailangan sa doon sa mga multi-grade implementers, so just call my attention. I am 24/7 available, no? Handa po ako sa pagbibigay ng technical assistance doon sa nag-implement ng multi-grade schools. Then difficulty of PSDS school heads in providing TA to the MG teachers. So I hope kani nga issue dili ni siya kuan anong difficulties man nga nag-provide po ta og training sa atong PSDS o sa mga school heads. Then reorganization of MG coordinatorship. Then no internet connection. Kaning no internet connection, so kukunti lang naman po yung schools na walang internet ngayon. Doon lang sa mga area na walang electric system. Then some schools have kindergarten classes being included in the multi-grade class. So ito po yung issue, yung mga kindergarten po natin ay isinali sa multi-grade. So I hope yung mga kinder natin, hindi po natin sila i-combination doon sa grade 1. So after sa kinder, then doon naman ipasok yung grade 1. Then non-availability of soft copy may result in the delay of the printing of MG materials. So available po yung soft copy. Kani nga siya nga kuan mga challenges mga kuan pa ni last nung hindi pa naibigay yung soft copy. Then again, limited time left for the procurement of materials. Hindi po yan issue sa atin. So due to overlapping of activities, there is a risk of not being able to conduct the training. Okay. Then another is the best practices. So strategic planning, coordination with the persons and other stakeholders, timely downloading of funds, pool of trainers for MG training, clustering of MG schools with assigned cluster head. Then almost all the division and multi-grade implementers was able to produce contextualized learning materials. Then conduct of SLACs and division LAC, contextualization of MG materials and differentiated instruction. So contextualization of curriculum, reproduction of labeled readers. So mayroon po tayong binigay sa ating mga schools, yung mga labeled readers. So nandiyan pa ba sa inyong mga schools yung mga maliliit na babasahin, both English and Filipino? Then ICT integration in MG classes, then frequent monitoring and supervision, then enhanced contextualization of multi-grade learning package. So to end in the multi-grade, I would like to share with you these sayings from John Maxwell. You don't overcome challenges by making them smaller, but by making yourself bigger. Okay, so doon naman po tayo sa Open High School program. Ma'am.
Morally upright, globally competitive, and work-ready learners from
Nagpagyapon, ma'am.
Asa man?
Share.
and innovative
Nandito, share screen.
technology and visionary education.
Ngayon, nasaan na?
It should be the center of excellence in science, technology, and engineering.
Okay, so the next topic of Ma'am Monisa is the Open High School program. So she is still opening the presentation. So this time, let us all remember how inclusive education is very important. As I've said, our learners comes in different shapes and sizes and economic status, and they all have the right to quality basic education. So the unique contribution of each of those learners, it brings something to the classroom or to the learning center. So every child feels safe and has a sense of belongingness. So that is why inclusive education is really important. Okay, so I think Mamoni is ready.
The science teacher, preferably handling the social science classes, and guidance counselor.
I'm acknowledging everybody in the YouTube live streaming. Thank you for joining us. Okay, so naana ang presentation sa Open High School program.
Assess the readiness or
Again, let me continue with the Open High School program or Open High School systems. My presentation is the presentation of our dear Director, Sir R. Bayuko during the regional inclusive education training. So ito po yung presentation ni RD.
Administration of aptitude and interested in promotion.
Di lagi mo
Learners should be promoted if we are sharing level. At least 85% in science, mathematics, and English.
Okay, so what is the Open High School system? So it is alternative mode of delivering secondary education. No? Independent, self-pacing, and flexible study to reach learners who are unable to start or complete secondary education. It is also a learner-centered. Then make use of a wide range of teaching learning strategies through a combination of print and non-print media. What is its philosophy? So the philosophy of Open High School system is anchored on the 1987 Constitution, Article 14, Section 1, which states that the state shall protect and promote the right of all citizens to quality education at all levels and shall take appropriate steps to make trust education accessible to all, no? Accessible to all. So, wala pong rason na yung ating mga bata na hindi nakapunta ng school dahil nag-work sila. So, still, they can continue their studies through this program. Then Article 14, Section 2.4 stipulates that the state shall encourage non-formal, informal, and indigenous learning systems, as well as self-learning, independent, and out-of-school study programs, particularly those that respond to community needs. Then, Education Act of 1982, better known as Batas Pambansa 232, states that the state shall provide the right of every individual to relevant quality education regardless of sex, age, grade, socioeconomic status, physical and mental conditions, racial or ethnical origin, politicals, and other affiliations. So lahat po pwede sa program, no? Pwede maka-avail sa program. What is its goal? Ano po yung goal ng program? So to contribute to the full development of the learners into a creative and productive member of the family, community, country, and the whole world. To develop functional literacy within the context of formal secondary learning. To retain the potential school leavers. To return to school the out-of-school youth of high school age, aging 12 to 16 years old. Who can participate in the program? Learners applicants shall present any of the following as an entrance requirement. So ito, pag may mga learners na gusto mag-avail ng program, ito po yung ipapakita nila. High school report card in case of dropout, then elementary report card, PEPT qualifying certificate, and birth certificate. So doon sa ating mga secondary schools, or sa mga integrated schools na gusto mag-implement ng Open High School program, ito po yung hingi natin sa ating mga entrance learners. So, learners shall undergo 2 stages of assessment. So, before po natin tatanggapin yung ating mga learners, sila po ay magkakaroon muna ng assessment. Ito po yung tinatawag na LRT, yung Independent Learning Readiness Test, no? Shall be given to assist the learner's capacity for self-directed learning. So dito po natin ma-assist yung bata kung sila po ay ready for directed learning, no? Kung kaya ba nila mag-aral ng mag-isa na walang teacher. So ito po yung ibibigay natin sa kanila. So kung gusto niyo po mag-avail ng program, mayroon po akong soft copy ng ILRT or Independent Learning Readiness Test. So the second one is yung IRI or the Informal Reading Inventory. So this test shall measure the learner's reading level as basis for class grouping. So i-measure po natin yung reading ability ng ating mga learners na gusto pumunta sa Open High School, mag-enroll ng Open High School. So, ano po yung gagawin natin doon sa mga learners na hindi nakapasa, no? I-disqualified ba natin sila? So, hindi po natin sila disqualified, but we will give a remediation class, no? Mag-remediation class po tayo doon sa mga hindi papasa. Especially sa learning area na math, science, and English. So magbibigay po tayo sa kanila ng remediation para sila po ay pumasa sa dalawang assessment na to, para sila ay matanggap sa Open High School program. An interview shall be conducted with the parents, guardian to give the school a complete profile of the learners. So, kailangan ma-interview po natin yung mga parents at saka yung guardian para ma-orient po natin sila doon sa pag-assist sa kanilang bata. Kasi ang bibigay po sa bata is module. Yung ginagawa natin sa new normal ay parang ito na yung ginagawa sa Open High School. Yung module ang binibigay sa learners. So, learning contract shall be forged between learner, parents, guardian, and school whom learners is qualified. So, magkakaroon po ng contract, no? Sign of contract. Both learner, parents, and the school, yung teacher at saka yung sa school principal. May agreement po yan na pipirmahan na kailangan yung learners regular doon sa Open High School. Then yung parents, susupport naman siya sa kanyang bata. And also the schools will do their responsibilities para doon sa mga learners natin sa Open High School. Yun po yung agreement. Then Open High School system adapts the 22 basic education curriculum. 2002 basic education curriculum. So yun po yung adapt natin. So learning the basic 2 subject, which is the Filipino, English, Science, and Math, and the Laboratory of Life, Makabayan, shall be flexible, self-paced, multi-channeled, and essentially learner-directed. Learners shall be expected to report on a weekly basis during the first semester. No? So, sa first semester, kailangan weekly yung pagpunta ng bata doon sa school. So, once a week, pwede mag-talk sila ng kanyang advisor. Then, it shall be reduced on a monthly basis. So, pag tapos na yung first semester, so ma-reduce na yung pagpunta ng bata doon sa school. depending upon the learner and teacher's agreement. So may agreement po si learners at saka si teacher. And based from the capacity of the learner for self-directed learning. Then attend the orientation together with their parents and guardians. So before mag-open yung school, bago mag-implement yung school, magkakaroon muna ng orientation. Then acquire basic computer literacy. Study independently or in group. Okay, so doon sa acquire basic computer literacy, kung mga computer literate naman yung ang mga learners, pwede yung kanilang module ay through online, no? Through online para mabawas-bawasan yung print ng mga modules. So magbigay na lang si teacher ng soft copy doon sa mga modules, tapos doon na lang mag-answer si learners sa kanyang computer, din i-send na lang ni teacher para mabawas-bawasan yung pag-print ng module kasi napaka ano po yung mga modules natin, no? Then study independently or in a group. Consult with the assigned subject area, teachers, or local learning resource persons. Attend the scheduled face-to-face session with the teacher. So, may consultation po yan na face-to-face with their teacher. So, one-on-one with the teacher para sa consultation doon sa learning achievement ng bata. Then, assume responsibility for own learning. So how are Open High School System learners assessed and evaluated? Paano po natin ina-assist yung ating mga learners? So assessment and evaluation for the regular high school shall also apply for the Open High School System learners. So kung ano yung ginagawa natin doon sa mga regular students, so yun po din yung gagawin natin sa mga Open High School learners. So kung may written works and performance tasks na binibigay sa mga regular learners, so yun din po yung ibigay natin sa mga Open High School learners. So ganun din po yung pagbibigay ng grado, the same pa rin sa regular. Then, evaluation of learning in each subject can include written and oral test, performance, and product output. So, yun po yung basihan ng kanilang grade. So, promotion is based on the fulfillment of requirements and mastery of at least 75% of all the competencies in each subject area. So, kapag kuha po sila ng 75 na grado sa lahat ng subject area, so they can be promoted to other grade level. Then acceleration by learning area and by year level shall be determined in highly meritorious cases upon fulfilling of all the requirements and mastery of at least 90% of the competencies in the subject area. So, if yung learners ay nakakuha ng 90%, yung grades nila ay umabot ng 90% dun sa mga learning areas, so they can be accelerated, no? Ma-accelerate po sila within a year. Like for example, yung yung first grading nila, so mas maaga po nila natapos, mas maaga nila nakuha yung kanilang assessment, then nakakuha po sila ng 90% grades in all learning areas, so they can be accelerated into another grading. So magbibigay ka naman ng second grading or third grading or even in another higher grade level. Kasi po, yung Open High School po is may mga learners po na magagaling na makakukuha po sila ng 90% na grado. Then, how are open high school learners assessed and evaluated? For the retention of the learners in the program. So, is for a maximum period of 6 years. No, 6 years po yung sa kanila. So, if hindi po sila nakatapos ng 4 years, so ma-extend pa rin ng another 2 years. Ganon po yung tagal nila. Pag hindi po sila nakapagtapos sa 4 years sa junior high school, so mayroon pang 2 years na pwede pa rin nila huwag natin sila agad-agad i-drop out. Then, the option to be mainstream in the regular program anytime with the period of study. So, pwede rin po sila ma-mainstream sa regular class. Like, for example, 6 months lang yung bata na nag-work. Then, after 6 months, huminto na siya sa pag-work. So, pwede po siya ma-mainstream sa regular program, regular class. Then, if magbalik naman po siya sa pag-work, then they can be transferred to open high school program. So, yun po, hindi po siya stable. Kaya po yung ating enrollees sa open high school is increasing and decreasing. Then, a maximum period of 6 years with the option to be mainstream in the regular class program anytime within the period. How is the teacher loading addressed? A teacher advisor shall be assigned to a class in order to provide support to the learner. Class advisorship shall be considered as one teaching load. Then, 2 open high school system classes shall constitute a teaching load, no? Kung nag-handle po yung ating teacher ng 2 klase doon sa open high school, so consider as one teaching load, no? Then, if may advisorship siya na sa open high school, so consider din siya na one teaching load. So, what are the rules of the teacher? So, provide support to the learners by ensuring that the latter has clear understanding of the task and has access to the learning resources. Provide regular monitoring and keeping the learners' progress by conducting periodic assessment or review. Provide close supervision and monitoring of the learners' progress. Administer independent learning readiness test, informal reading intervention, and collaboration with language teacher. Okay, maintain complete set of learners record across subject. The school shall remain the primary institution for learning. The division office shall assist the school in program implementation. The regional office shall assist the division office in implementing the program. Collaborate with the LGU in promoting the program. So here in our division, we are very much thankful to our provincial government headed by our no less than our governor, Anging Quebranza de Maporo, for a strong support to our program, Open High School program. So last year, mayroon po tayong 15 Open High School coordinators na nabigyan po ng laptop and external drive. And also, they provide bond paper and ink. So, identify participants in the program, establish learning management program, coordinate with LGU to use community facilities, conduct monthly school-based evaluation of the program. So what are the rules of the division office? Provide instructional consultancy services when requested by the school. So ito po yung ibang school sabi nila hindi ah, ano hindi po ako palagian nakakapunta doon sa mga implementing school because mag-isa lang po ako, no? But if you need my services, just request. No, ito po, consultancy services when requested by the school. So kung mag-request po kayo, I'll be in your school immediately. So conduct quarterly progress monitoring of the program. So nag-submit po yung ating mga coordinators ng status report every now and then. What are the rules of the regional office? Identify the schools division needing the assistance. Provide instructional consultancy services to the school division. Then conduct outcomes monitoring of the program. Yun po yung sa regional office. Then the open high school system structure, referral of the out-of-school youth in the community, information dissemination, advocacy extension of community facilities to open high school system learner, identification of potential resource persons, encouragement of learners to participate in the community activities. Advocacy and information dissemination, spearhead community involvement among distance learners, provide learning centers, including resource person who can assist the learners. Okay, so I think that's all my topic. I hope na mayroon po kayong na-learn, no? So before I'm going to give the floor to our beautiful MC of the day, may I share with you these sayings from Willie Nelson. Quality means doing it right when no one is looking. The longest journey of any person is the journey inward, Homer's hold. Once you replace negative thoughts with positive ones, you'll start having positive results. That's all and God bless us all. Mabuhay po tayong lahat. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. God bless.
Okay, thank you very much, Ma'am Moni, on that comprehensive information on multi-grade and open high school system. This time, let us listen to the inclusive education policy framework, and she will also talk about journalism and special program in foreign language. Help me welcome our CID chief, Dr. Maria Eva S. Idon. Ma'am Eva.
Sharing, sir. Okay, thank you very much.
Kung kauban na nag-write sa letter dito. Actually kami nag-write ng letter ka mga dili ka na division office man ko or multi-grade na kami ka mag-grade. So wonder niya, anong tulo ka kauban, nakadawa, tayo siya, wala.
Sa mga school?
Conception na.
Conception?
Wait. Mamati lang po din ba?
Asa nga district?
Papagan West na.
Conception.
Okay, Ma'am Connie, are you ready for your talk? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, our LRMDS manager, Dr. Connie Mboro. Ma'am, na-stop sharing na, ma'am?
Ano daw?
Wait, saan? Wait lang. Ah, okay.
Stop?
Stop na.
So we see not meet challenges in the preservation of your home country. And how are you addressing it?
Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Ma'am Eva.
Good afternoon, Tin. I'm here.
Anong nagsulti mo ko diya?
Can you now see my presentation? Can you see my presentation, Tin? Yes, I can see.
Hindi mo open.
Inclusion.
Kapataan sa to? Kapatagan.
Okay, my due respect to our schools division superintendent, Dr. Edelberto L. Oplinaria, to our assistant schools division superintendent, Dr. Rosemary T. Macesar, to our SGOD chief, Dr. Maria Carmela T. Ablin, all education program supervisors, all public schools district supervisors and district in charge, school heads and teachers. Good afternoon and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. My task this afternoon is to present to you the topic on inclusive education policy framework. And my presentation would be the presentation of Yusek Lorna Dino. Okay, so the title is actually Inclusion, Core Principle of the K-12 Basic Education Program. Our DepEd mandate is actually to protect and promote the rights of all citizens to quality education at all levels and shall take appropriate steps to make such education accessible to all. Our DepEd vision is this. This is just a reminder to all of us that our DepEd vision is this. We dream of Filipinos who passionately love their country and whose values and competencies enable them to realize their full potential and contribute meaningfully to building the nation. As a learner-centered public institution, the Department of Education continuously improves itself to better serve its stakeholders.
Modena Irimia.
And then we have our team vision. By 2022, we will have a nation-loving and competent lifelong learners able to respond to challenges and opportunities through the delivery of quality, accessible, relevant, and liberating K-12 program by a modern, professional, proactive, nimble, trusted, and nurturing DepEd. So everybody who are present here, I would like you to remember that this is our vision, no? This is our team vision. We need to provide our learners a liberating K-12 program by a modern, professional, proactive, nimble, trusted, and nurturing, no? DepEd. By the way, before I go further, let me acknowledge the presence of Cluster 3 participants, no? The participants coming from Matungao District, Linamon District, Bantar, Sapad, and Kauswagan. I would like also to acknowledge the PSDS and EPS local moderators, no, for later. Okay, so I hope those districts are still with us, because later on I will be also discussing something in our other webinar, which is our CID day. So I hope you're still around. It's still 3 o'clock. I just like to be very sure that you are still there. Okay, let me continue with inclusive education. Our DepEd mission is to protect and promote the right of every Filipino to quality, equitable, culture-based, and complete basic education where students learn in a child-friendly, gender-sensitive, safe, and motivating environment. Teachers facilitate learning and constantly nurture every learner. Administrators and staff, as stewards of the institution, ensure an enabling and supportive environment for effective learning to happen. Family, community, and other stakeholders are actively engaged and share responsibility for developing lifelong learners. These are the things that we need to always remember, because these are our missions, no? We need to develop our children who are supposed to learn in a child-friendly, gender-sensitive, safe, and motivating environment. Even if it's COVID time, no, it's pandemic time, we still need to ensure that our learners are learning in a child-friendly, gender-sensitive, safe, and motivating environment. We have to be very sure that we are able to give our learners those security. Okay? And despite COVID-19, we need to be able to make our teachers facilitate learning and constantly nurture every learner by providing them enough education. Okay? And then, of course, our administrators and staff are the stewards of the institution. Okay, so and then we also have our families, our communities, and other stakeholders who are actively engaged and who are supposed to be actively engaged and who are supposed to share responsibility for developing our lifelong learners. Okay, again, let me just remind you that all these are actually our mandate, no? Our mandate in the Department of Education. And remember, our core values are maka-Diyos, maka-tao, makabayan, and makakalikasan. Okay, then we have here our ambition. This is ambition natin 2040. For the Philippines shall be a country where all citizens are free from hunger and poverty, have equal opportunities, enabled by fair and just society that is governed with order and unity, a nation where families live together, thriving in vibrant, culturally diverse, and resilient communities. Okay, then we also have our Sustainable Development Goals, or SDG, goal number 4. And that is to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. All right. Then, as a review, our K-12 Philippine Basic Education Curriculum Framework includes the philosophical and legal basis, the nature of the learner, needs of the learner, needs of national and global community. For philosophical and legal basis, we are governed by the following Republic Act, no? For legal basis, Republic Act 10533, the Enhanced Basic Education Act, the 1987 Philippine Constitution, BP 232, Education Act of 1982. We also have RA 9155, or the Philippine Governance Act, the Vision Mission Statements of DepEd, SUTEL 1976, the EDCOM Report of 1991, Basic Education Sector Reform Agenda, or BESRA, and the 4 Pillars of Education under UNESCO. Then, who are our learners? is the nature of our learner? Our learner has a body and spirit, intellect, free will, emotions, multiple intelligence, learning styles. Our learner is the constructor of knowledge and active maker of meaning, not a passive recipient of information. That is why we need to see to it that our learners are really taken care of by our teachers and by our stakeholders. Because anyway, according to an Indian proverb, it takes a village to educate a child. Okay, so the needs of the learner. What are their needs? Life skills, self-actualization, preparation for the world of work, entrepreneurship, and higher education. Needs of national and global community include poverty reduction and human development, strengthening the moral fiber of the Filipino people, development of a strong sense of nationalism, development of productive citizens who contribute to the building of a progressive, just, and humane society, ensuring environmental sustainability, global partnership for development. Inclusion. What is its core principle of K-12? Inclusion simply means promotion of institutional sensitivity and responsiveness. That includes nature, situation, realities of the learners. That's the reason why we need to have contextualization, because we need to consider the local setting, no? Because we need, again, to consider the nature, situation, realities of the learners. Okay, then the policy perspective of K-12 is that it should realize through learner-centered and context-responsive programs. Again, this is answered through contextualization. Now, let us go to the international legal and standard setting instruments. These instruments include UN Conventions on the Rights of the Child in 1989, World Declaration on Education for All, UNESCO Salamanca Statement and Framework for Action, 2007 UN Declaration on the Rights of the Indigenous Peoples, and the Education 2030 Framework for Action. What are the Philippine legal bases for inclusive education? Let us all remember that inclusive education is governed by the 1987 Philippine Constitution, that is Article 14, Sections 1 and 2. Then it is also governed by Republic Act or the Enhanced Basic Education Act of 2013. We also have RA number 10157, the Kindergarten Education Act. RA number 9155, the Governance of Basic Education Act of 2001. RA number 8371, or the Indigenous Peoples' Rights of 1997. We also have Presidential Decree 603, the Child and Youth Welfare Code, RA 7610, Special Protection of Children Against Child Abuse, Neglect, Cruelty, Exploitation, and Discrimination. We also have RA number 9344, the Juvenile Justice and Welfare Act of 2006, RA number 9442, amending RA number 7277, the Magna Carta for Disabled Persons, RA number 10665, the Act establishing the open high school system in the Philippines, and RA number 10361, the Domestic Workers Act or Batas Kasambahay. These are all legal bases that really explain why we have to implement inclusive education in our country, specifically in the Department of Education. Now, what is the scope of the policy framework? We have guide programs, both formal and non-formal education, and the support systems that enable their effective implementation. Okay, so the policy statement. Okay, first is the guiding principles. Inclusive education includes responsiveness to rights. This realizes depth commitments for quality, equitable, culture-based, and complete basic education. It is also rights-based approach because it considers recognition, promotion, and protection of the right of every child. Then sensitivity and responsiveness to context. This is because we are recognizing and valuing diversity of learners, schools, and communities. Inclusive education recognizes and respects learners' rights to relevant and responsive to their context. We always say that no learner should be left behind. That is the reason why we implement the Open High School program, the Alive Arabic Language and Values Education program, or ALIVE. We also have our special education program. We have the alternative learning system, and we also have what else? I'm done with SPED, ALS, ALIVE, Open High School. What else did I miss that we are actually implementing in our division? We have also madrasa education. We have other programs that are promoting inclusivity, because we really are into the notion that DepEd should not leave any learner behind. Okay, so it should be education for all. Okay, now we go to the K-12 Philippine Basic Education Curriculum Framework. The framework is holistically developed. It is trying to holistically develop Filipino with 21st century skills through higher education, employment, entrepreneurship, and middle-level skills development. What are the skills that we need to develop for our learners to become a whole person? They need information. They need to learn media. They need to master technology. They need learning and innovation skills, communication skills, life and career skills. These are the skills that our learners should be able to develop. That is why in our CID day, our education program supervisors have really discussed all these things sa curriculum because we need our learners to develop these skills. We have the learning areas such as language, technology, and livelihood education, mathematics and science, arts and humanities. Then we have the curriculum support system. Of course, we need our teachers, materials, facilities, and equipment, or ICT. We need to have assessment. Dr. Lorraine Edrea has been actually discussing very thoroughly, very comprehensively, very clearly the new assessment guidelines during our CID day engagement. Okay, so I hope you have already participated in our CID day engagement. Today, we have participants from Matungao, Lidamon, Pantar, Sapad, and Kauswagan in our other webinar, or our other online engagement, because we really would like everyone to know all these things. Then we proceed to school leadership and management. We need to have schools, divisions, technical assistance, community, in the industry relevance and partnerships. All these are the support system of the curriculum. We will be able to realize all our goals, especially the development of lifelong skills, no, of our learners if we have this curriculum support system. What are the key dimensions? First, of course, the center of this framework is the learner. And then we have our curriculum. Okay? We have our learning resources. We have our educational assessment, our learning delivery. At this time of pandemic, we were able to implement several learning delivery modalities because we want these modalities to be needs-based according to the needs of our learners. No, that's the reason why we conducted a series of survey to really find out what particular learning delivery each learner needs and the parents would want the learner to have. Now let us go back to the learner. Our curriculum should be learner-oriented. It should be relevant and appropriate. It should the programs should be responsive to diverse learners. That's why we need to think of programs that would really respond to the different needs of our learners. Then we have learners' participation and representation. And then next is the K-12 curriculum. We need to think about inclusion as a key standard and principle. That's the reason why during the enrollment, we always say that we cannot say no to any learner who would want to enroll in our public schools. No? Bahala kung sana siya, we will accept them because anyway, we are implementing various programs for inclusive education. Then we have MTB MLE. We have varied TLE offerings, tracks and strands. We have SPED, Madrasa Education, IP Education, special interest programs. For Llano del Norte, we have the STE, the Special Science curriculum. We also have the special program in the arts, special program in sports. We also have special program in foreign language, which is actually implemented by Placida Miquiabas National High School. Later on, I will be asking more schools to implement the special program in foreign language for Japanese or Nihongo, for Chinese, and for Korean. So, Ana, we need all this to be implemented in our schools to provide our learners the opportunity to learn and to ensure that they will have a good chance of gaining work or employment after high school. And then we have alternative delivery modes, FLOs and ALS. Then our education or curriculum should be differentiated, no? Should have differentiated instruction through contextualization of curriculum and learning materials. We also need to have equal opportunities or provide equal opportunities for active participation in teaching learning process. And we need to be able to provide options to create, learn, and share what they know and what they can do in both curricular and co-curricular activities. That's the reason why we always promote co-curricular activities, no, both curricular and co-curricular activities. We have a lot of activities, no, aligned for this. Even if we don't have the face-to-face interaction yet with our learners. And then the next key dimension is the development of learning resources. I would like to inform you that our learning resource management team in this division has been very active in the development and contextualization of local learning resources. We also consider the varied context in learning materials, learners' knowledges, learning styles, multiple intelligence, interests, We should also be sensitive to social and cultural context with the community as a learning resource. That's the reason why our materials are always being quality assured to really check on sensitivities to social and cultural context. Specifically, that in Lanao del Norte, we have a very diverse culture, no? We have the Maranaos, we have the Christians, and the indigenous peoples. So we have to be very, very keen at differentiating our materials, okay, to suit the needs of our various learners. Okay, then we have learning delivery. Our learning delivery is actually flexible. We have of programs for different types of learners based on context, backgrounds, needs, and interests. Okay, then we have the leadership and performance. Leadership and performance must impact on teaching learning. Okay, should be, because teaching and learning should be quality, relevant, and liberating. So this is the reason why we have been training our school heads and teachers for them to be able to really provide quality and relevant and liberating basic education to our learners. Are the students learning? Are the students meeting the standards? These are the questions that should always be in our mind as we continue implementing the different learning delivery modalities in our province. Then another question should be, does teaching learning at basic education improve the life of his or her family, community development, and nation building? All these questions should be able to give us the idea that we need to really double our effort in promoting a very, very effective teaching and learning process. Okay? Then another key dimension is educational assessment. Assessment is very important. As of this time, we are mandated to really go about assessment, especially that our assessment now is supposed to be integrative in nature. Okay, so for assessment, teachers should always recognize particularities of learners. And evaluative assessments should also be looked into very carefully. We also have to consider or to think about the traditional and non-traditional assessment. And of course, we need to fully understand authentic assessment. Okay, so this is now the framework of the key dimensions, no? So again, we have the learner as the center of the curriculum of the entire education. Then surrounding the learner, of course, are the curriculum, the learning resources, educational assessment, and learning delivery. And then supporting all these are our learning environment, teacher professional development, school leadership and management, partnerships, and governance. And we have next is learning environment. Our learning environment should support and complement learning delivery. It should facilitate learning and reinforce effective teaching learning. And it should always protect the rights of every learner. Okay, so I hope we really understand what each of these mean to us as members of the DepEd family. Then next dimension is the teacher professional development. All teachers are implementers of inclusive education. That's why we always say, please attract your learners. Please see to it that all of your school-age children in your community are in school, are given the opportunity to be in school, are given equal chances to get the best education that they deserve. And then we need to have continuous capacity development based on Philippine professional standards for teachers. We also have inclusive education in teacher education programs. And of course, we always encourage stakeholders' involvement in the teaching learning process. Then, next is the school leadership and management. Inclusive education as a perspective and policy shall guide our schools. Inclusive education in school-based management and in the school improvement plan. Encourage practices and innovation. So school leaders must be able to really know the different policies of inclusivity. They should know that inclusive education should be part of the school-based management and of the school improvement plan. And of course, school leaders must really feel the need to innovate, to think of best practices so that they could be able to really get 100% participation rate in their own areas. Okay? What do we mean by transformational leadership? According to Mokka 2015, transformational leadership means excellence with a soul should become the core business of the Asian academic community. No, this is a very, very beautiful quote by Mokka Ho. And then, according to Yusek Lorna Digdino, 1997, transformational leadership means caring. Means that caring is the key to excellence. That's always very important, that we care for each other, that we show each other that we are always around to guide and support. Because if we have a supportive environment, then we'll be able to really collaborate and come up with very good plans to benefit our school children. Then we have next is partnerships. This is their I. Partnerships include advocacy and social mobilization, institutionalized engagement of stakeholders and partners, expand and strengthen linkages and partnerships. Actually, tomorrow, our SEPs for in charge of networking and linkaging, Dr. Rasmila Kosain will discuss more about partnerships and networking. So I'll just leave this part for her to really expound on this particular area. Then we have governance support. Inclusive education should be part in planning and programming of the especially the EDP and of the local plans. Then responsiveness of planning standards to diversity of learners. When we plan our programs, we need to consider always the diversity of our learners. We need the coordination with LGUs because always and always we need to have a very good relationship with our LGUs because we need them as our strongest allies, our partners. Then we need also to maximize the use of special education fund and other resources. And I'm very happy to inform you that we have successfully defended our SAF budget for 2021. So, and that's thanks to our governor for approving the budget. Okay, next. Okay, here, inclusive education should always consider as school leaders, teachers, and stakeholders, we need to have the proper perspective so that we could be able to really find ways to bring all our children to school. Okay? And then we need to understand the policies of inclusive education. And of course, we need to implement the policies so that we could be able to achieve our goal of 100% participation. In achieving our goal, we need to really see to it that our practices are for the benefit, no, of our children. Again, that is for 100% participation. Again, we need to always consider that there should be no child left behind. Okay, so these are now our strategic directions for 2017 to 2022. Actually, we're almost done with this, no, strategic direction. I have already given you the team vision and then our strategic goal. Of course, this includes expand access to basic education, improve quality and relevance, and modernize education. With COVID-19, with this pandemic, we have actually learned a lot of things, no, to modernize education. That's the reason why we conduct our meetings, our webinars, using the different available equipment and gadgets. And then our strategic objectives include expand coverage of inclusion programs, expand access to secondary education, provide non-classroom facilities, improve partnership building and linkages, full implementation of K-12 program, improve quality of teachers, expand the use of technology for learning, enrich curricula to address cross-cutting issues, foster critical thinking, automate core systems and processes, improvement procurement process, accelerate research and development, improve human resource development. I am not sure that in all our schools here, we are able to really achieve these objectives. Now, let us all understand that this strategic direction were crafted in 2017 and it's almost 2022 now. So we have to always review, no? Review our objectives so that we could be able to catch up. Okay, so okay, this is the end part of my presentation, but let me just give you emphasis, no, or let me just emphasize the different objectives. Try to take a look at all these objectives and try to consider these and review or have a some adjustments so that we could be able to achieve our objectives in 2022. Okay, so that's all for the policy framework of inclusive education. I hope that you were able to learn from this. I hope that you were able to really recall on the very salient uh, things that we need to consider in DepEd in our department. Okay, so everybody, thank you very much for taking the time. Thank you and good afternoon.
Stop share tapos pag-mute.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Eva Idon, for telling us all about the policy framework of inclusive education. Indeed, inclusive education is very important sa ato atanan. Okay, we educators have to understand that everybody is a learner. So education for all. And okay, that is the last speaker for day 1 of our online training on inclusive education in the new normal. Okay, so I would like to recognize and acknowledge all the 32 participants in the YouTube live streaming. Thank you for watching gikan sa sugod up to now. We are going to continue our online training on the inclusive education in the new normal tomorrow, same time, 9 o'clock. Okay, and the live streaming will also be continued tomorrow. Okay, thank you for watching, everybody. Thank you for joining us. This is Christine Hutbatimo again, your host for today and tomorrow for inclusive education in the new normal. Once again, thank you for watching. God bless and mabuhay.
Ma'am Kitin Juan, ha? Hello, ma'am. Tapos na po.
Salamat kayo, Sir Flor, and all the IT officers diyan ha. Thank you sa pag-assist. Hope nga ugma i-assist na pud mi duha lang gihapon. I will still be the moderator in the CID Day 4 and the kaning online training. Thank you, and then thank you po Doc Maymay for joining us. Your talk will be tomorrow.